Hey, wait. Alright, is this too loud? I'm gonna run some different soundtrack in the background this time. Way too loud. Okay, okay. Wait, actually, that's not right. I want to be able to hear myself as well. Hang on. What about now? Like, can you still hear me? That's the main question. Oh yeah, true. I should mute the game audio. Still a bit loud. Alright. Now? I just reduced it again. Is it better now? Still a little loud, but hearable. Okay. Alright. A little bit more. Wait, can you even hear the music now? Maybe I've just got a bit more sensitive hearing. Because I literally can't hear it now. Or maybe I'm deaf. Whoops. It's fine. Alright, we'll just leave it like that. I'll swap over to some other music eventually. Actually, wait, hold on. Can I? Because I have all of the battle music downloaded, so I should be able to like shuffle play this. Okay, that's weird. Wait. Why can't I shuffle play all of this? Okay, nice. Alright, cool. So hopefully things will be on shuffle play now. That means I don't have to worry about the soundtrack anymore. Alright, cool. I'll bump the music up a tad bit. Okay, I think that should be fine. Anyways, yeah, let's get started. So, it's already starting a little later than Monday, so at least we've got the setup going. So, yeah, let's get right into it. Where was I? C minus? Yes, I was at C minus tier, and I did Rainius B already for the funnies. And what's next? Next in C minus is Shell Mechanic B. Let's see. Yeah, this one. Alright. So, yeah, the thing about this ship is that it's okay, though it is definitely one of the weaker Mantis boarding ships because Changer's just one of the worst boarding supports in general. Like when you even consider a normal Mantis ship, if we take a look at Hive A, these weapons are like infinitely better than Changer. And I mean, the boarding, yes, the boarding party is technically a bit weaker because you don't have the Suzerain in this one, but just those boarding support weapons just make it a lot better. And I know you do have a shell mechanic, but the shell mechanic can only fix one system at a time. So if you happen to get hit multiple areas, then it's a bit sketchy. But of course, with your boarding, you can just end fights. So even if you're taking a lot of hits, you can still force fights to end because Suzerain and Mantis basically stat check anything in Sector 1. So not bad, but it's gonna take a lot more to become really good. I think I had this around low B tier when Chaingo still used to be broken, but Chaingo got nerfed since then, so we gotta knock it down a little bit. Hang on. Are you guys experiencing buffering? Because that same errors popped up again from YouTube, saying you guys might be getting some buffering. I'm gonna keep going for now. If any point like the stream cuts out or something, then just let me know for a bit. Oh, there's a bit of buffering. Hang on. Dropped frames. Why are we losing frames? Yeah, the error just disappeared. I don't know why OBS Studio is now telling me there were some dropped frames, but it's fine. I think if the error's gone away from YouTube as well. Hi Matej, welcome to the stream. At least this time you caught us right as we started, so you get to see the whole thing. You dropped down to 360. Yeah, alright. Okay, as long as the error's gone, I think we should be fine for now. Next, actually we're gonna do two ships at once because these two are both new ships. The auto-fed cruisers, Type A, Type B. Both of these are basically in the same spot. Let's see. So here and here. I feel like Type A is marginally better than Type B, so we'll talk about Type B first. Now, when I look at this ship, I think immediately of Dynasty A because they have pretty similar loadouts. Though Dirk getting nerfed in the same update that this ship drops is not a good timing for the ship, because normally Dirk beats a ton of Sector 1 weapons, but because they nerfed it to 12 seconds, you can't do that anymore. Like, yes, if you pair with Cloak, you probably still do, but then you're beating one weapon, and that means any enemies that have two weapons, they can still shoot you, right? Whereas previously, you almost could disable 2 system damage before some of the longer weapons even got to fire at you, but that's what happens when you nerf Glaive by 2 seconds, I guess. Also, Pierce Laser 2, it's just slow. Like, this was the whole reason why Morph C used to be F tier, and now it's on a ship with a single bar of Cloak. Granted though, you do have long range scanners, I guess. You can, oh, do not sell this actually. I guess you could sell this for shields, but primarily when I look at the ship, it's not outstanding, but it has buffers. If you get hit once, you can use Pierce. If you get hit 2 to 3 times, you can still use Dirk. So you're not completely defenseless, and that's kind of why it's a lot higher than something like Vanilla Stealth B and Angel B. And once you get shields, you have shield cloak as a combo, and then these two weapons are pretty good. It's kind of like Dynasty A, as I like to compare it to, just to show you guys what I mean. Like, tell me these loadouts don't look very similar. It's just that Dynasty A actually has more cloak, and that's why this Dynasty A is higher in the tier list. Despite, yes, I know you can't do anything with Speedum, I would much rather have a Dirk, but having an extra bar of cloak is honestly a lot nicer, I have to say. But yeah, anyways, coming back to Fat Auto B. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say about this. I know they kind of tried to make this the gimmick, whereby you have max sensors to pair with this thing, but your weapons are basically guaranteed to hit anyways, regardless of whether you have this or not, because Pierce already has accuracy by default, and Dirk is Dirk, it can't miss. So yeah, gimmicks just there. It's only prevalent in late game when enemies have more cloak, but early game doesn't help that much. So it's kind of just an alright stealth gunship. And for Type A, hang on. Is it buffering again? Oh gosh. And is it buffering because I started to play extra music this time? Surely not. Let me crank down the music a little bit. It's okay. That's strange. Are you sure, Scala, are you sure it's not your Wi-Fi? Just checking. Fat Auto is kind of like a vanilla texture of the auto ships. Yeah, I can definitely see that. It's pretty standard. You use drones, you got some just all-around standard decent weapons. As such, the one thing I would say is like, Fat Auto A weirdly has a ton of salvos, which you can use to propel your offense forward and your defense. Thoughts on the crew situation for Fat Auto B? It's okay. I mean, having a defender is pretty nice for the 2.7 repair speed, but it's like they're a single crew right there. And if you get boarded by Ranius, you're gonna have a lot of fun just trying to take them out eventually. But like, that's not the end of the world. Honestly, I would much rather have a defender than an NG or something. I mean, that's a bit obvious, but it's fine, is what I would say. There's, aside from starting with this lab, there's nothing that would really push me to get crew, unless I do happen to get a ton of like good non-anaerobic crew. So oh yeah, I will say, like, yeah, it's like if you get boarded by Phantoms or Raniers, both are like not a good time. You got boarded by Phantoms, oh gosh. So like, yeah, I mean that's kind of an issue, but at the same time, by the time you usually encounter Raniers and Phantoms, are usually already by hacking by then, so that means I can just hack the teleporter and make them go away. So it's not as if it will lose to Sector 1 or Sector 2 enemies, right? That'll be a bigger of a concern if it did fold to Sector 1, Sector 2 enemies, but with a defender you can just, anyone that bolts into your weapons, even if it's like double outcast, you can just sit in there, pop your ability and just let them suffocate. Because after you get shields, your next step is to naturally get second shield, maybe upgrade offense, and then get hacking. So that's why I say like hacking is already a solution to this. Whereas some ships like Adahelion B, where they have a lot of things to spend scrap on, then maybe you can't count on getting hacking too early. And because of that, then we can't say hacking is a solution to everything, because your purchase of hacking may be delayed since you had to spend scrap on other necessities first. Yeah, the designs are very cool, I have to say. Like, it's very detailed. What do you mean there's an Among Us hidden on Fat Auto Sprite? Wait. Is there? Oh, come on, if it's 5 pixels big, that's why I can't see it. Isn't this thing like in the center? Wait, on the port side shadow spider. Aft engines. Isn't this thing? Yeah, okay, I think that would be helpful. It's like I can't really spot these things. Anyways, no, we're not bumping it up a tier just because it is Among Us. In fact, maybe I should bump it down. Alright. Oh wait, let me... Wait, hold on, I need to see what he's sending me. Okay, anyways, while he's getting that, I'm just gonna move on to the next ship. Let's see. MP Harmonies in D- and Swarm in D+. Are you surprised that... Do you think they should be higher or do you think they should be lower? While we wait, I'm just gonna get ready the next ship. It's SSLGA, but... Oh, and MV Stealth. Let's just drag these up here so I don't have to find them. Oh, you thought they would be higher? Interesting. Yeah, I do feel like... Hang on, wait, let me check something. Dude, I can't see that. That's so small. Wait, did R4 actually intend to hide an Among Us in there? Or was that just purely accidental? Okay, wait, I have to... Nah, okay, I can't see it. I literally cannot see it. Damn it, R4. He actually made it happen. Alright, anyways, coming back to quickly talk about MV Harmony. Like, yes, you can kind of brute force enemies with it, in the sense that you can just throw a bunch of things together, but you don't really have reliable system disruption. And despite having a lot of sellables, your weapons are weak, so that scrap goes into fixing your aimable offense. And that's the main issue. You need to be able to aim your offense and actually deal damage to the systems that you want to deal damage to. And Energy 1 is not going to be that. And it's not bad. And we talked about this, like people's impression of this ship is soured by the fact that it's definitely the worst ship on page one. So you start off with a decent ship, you go to a pretty good ship, you go to a meh, it's okay ship, and then you go to the worst ship on page one. So, which like MV Harmony is not that much worse than MV Stealth. It's just that after you play every other ship, then you realize, wow, I did not have fun playing the ship, and that's just why people think it's worse than it is. But yeah, it's interesting. I think you're the first person to like say it should be higher, because I know a lot of other people would want it to be lower. And Swarm, like Swarm is deceptively bad because 3 scrap arm is nice, but you're using that scrap to fix the deficit that you start off with. Like, this system spread is horrible. 5 power with 6 systems, and only your core systems along with teleporter. Meanwhile, other ships are just better. Like, if we just look at just the plain old MB Castro, 3 bars of weapons, you actually have sensors, you have doors, you have 2 great weapons. Well, I mean, when you combine them together, they're great. And yeah, your ship's all around just better stocked. So the scrap arms are just compensating for the start. It's not like turbocharging you. Whereas if you want to see scrap arms that actually do turbocharge a ship, you need to talk about Sodium Sea, where you actually start with systems. Like, yes, you do have a weak weapon system, but you actually have other systems this time. So the scrap arm here is actually propelling you higher compared to something like Stripe. Yeah, okay, so those, I mean, yeah, I think we talked about those in the previous stream already, so I won't go too much into detail on those. For now, let's talk about SSLGA, which this one definitely got hit with the nerf to single Lost Suns. Like, the Lost Suns, each time they try to start a fire, there's like a 30% chance every 2 seconds. And if you do the math, that actually turns out to be around a 10 or so, 11% chance to not start a fire at all. And that's not great in terms of consistency. Just think of the times you got hit through Cloak, right? And additionally, even if they do start a fire, it may be in the later part of the ability, so it's a delayed fire. And when the fire is delayed, that means the system damage is delayed. So it went from being able to instantly start fires after having a teleporter to having delayed or potentially no fires, and then you're a bit more reliant on the weapons this time. Which, then again, it's not too bad. Like, teleporter is still a good angle because you can pair it with a crystal, pair it with a Lost Sun, and when you put these two together, you can shred a room. But it's definitely less consistent than before and less quick than before. So yeah, and then apart from that, charge 1 is your only system damage. Shard is not consistent, more weak chance than fire chance. And they just don't have doors or airlocks. I'm not sure why they just don't have airlocks, except Type C, but that's a special case. I'm not sure why Type A and Type B don't have airlocks actually. Like, is that a law thing that the Liberators don't like airlocks? Oh no, we are about to cover MB Stealth. Like, I just dragged these ships out there because I was waiting for pictures and whatnot. So now we'll talk about MB Stealth right after this. So yeah. No, MV Stealth is the next ship up. Yeah, um, it's not great. It's not that good, honestly. Like, I don't know. I think I would consider this a minor upgrade to the previous MV Stealth. Then they change it to these weapons, and it's a little bit better. So, with this, how do you even pronounce this? Is it Gizeam? Okay. Anyways, Pierce Beam. Let's go with that. So the Pierce Beam, it's good for sectors 1 and 2, but then it just has this very awkward state in sector 3 onwards, because you can't. It's not good to pair with other weapons. It's basically like here's weapons, crystal weapons. Except crystal weapons, with the exception of some of the higher power ones, they actually do give good value for the power. They do 2 system damage or 1.5 system damage per power that you put into the weapon. Whereas this one, you can only deal 1 system damage to 1 room at a time. Sorry, not at a time. I mean, like, yes, you can swipe multiple rooms, but if you want to specifically damage weapons, you can only damage it once every 15 seconds. True. Yeah, the name's kind of fire, honestly. But yeah, conservative bomb definitely good. Fun fact: I think in the first stage of playtesting, this did not have a weapon buffer, and I was gonna put this in like D or E tier, but then they gave it the weapon buffer, so it's like it's possible now. System casing, as always, great self shield. By shields, you have shield's cloak. This offense will carry you through sectors 1 and 2, and then you have a weird offense upgrading issue. And besides that, you're still in the awkward state of like, you can't really re-cloak. If you do, then you risk getting shot at in sector 1 by a heavy laser. So yeah, I would just describe this ship as awkward to upgrade. And there are other ships that are just as consistent in sector 1 and 2 while not having this awkward upgrade phase. How high would Rhaenys be if it had a toggle flag? It'll be lower. I think I mentioned this yesterday, no, sorry, 2 days ago. I do believe the fire flag actually made Rhaenys be better. Less fun, yes, but technically more viable. Because the cooldown is faster, it takes less power, it shoots in a smaller radius, and the fact that it takes less power is very important, combined with the lower cooldown, because when you shoot, that allows you to shoot your other system damage weapons sooner, and I can fit in other weapons more easily. Wait, let me just go to Rhaenys B to show an example right now. So okay, we look at the cost. Now, previously it started at 4 weapon power because of the toggle flag. Now, if you found a 2 power heavy laser 2, you would need to upgrade your weapon system twice, and that will be 145 scrap. Whereas if you had a heavy laser 2 to pair with a fire flag, not only are you firing it 4 seconds faster, you are also paying less to slot the heavy laser 2 in. You only need to pay 105 scrap instead of 145 scrap. So it's just more of a synergy and cooldown thing, which is why I do believe this is better. Oh yeah, no, I 100% agree. I really liked the toggle flag on the ship, and I don't know whether I want the toggle flag or not. Because the funny thing is that this ship was themed around fire, but then when you have a toggle flag, 90% of people just switch it to the iron mode. So it kind of defeats the purpose of the gimmick. But at the same time, that weapon is really fun, for sure. So yeah, it's worse at winning, but also more fun. So I don't know, depends on who you ask. Some people prefer the old one, and I don't mind that. Yeah, I think I've basically said everything I want to say about MV Stealth, so let's move on. Yeah, I do like my flags. It's still fun. So, yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. This is... Hang on. Okay, I think this is MV's Stealth... No, not Stealth, sorry. MV's Slug A. I keep getting confused because I have the MV Slug A and Vanilla Slug A both in C tier, but in different tiers of C. Like I think Vanilla Slug A was in C class because I forgot to label them. Anyways, I definitely, yeah, okay, this makes sense. This is C minus. So we kind of have a pretty similar situation to Vanilla Slug A, but your system damage is weaker while having better crew kill potential. So Annually starts off really strong, but eventually they do fall off. And when they do fall off, that means you need to get some good weapons to pair with the chain burst, or else it's quite sketchy. Additionally, the two slug issue is still there. Like, two slugs are not gonna be good at repairing. If you get hit in a bad spot, then it's a bit rough. Now, with anyways, these two, they take about 2 volleys to kill a ship of 2 humans. And by that time, you can get shot at by a lot of Sector 1 weapons. So, heavy laser could just shut chain burst and enemies offline at the same time, and therefore you'll be taking a lot more damage, right? Yes, this ship always had double power 1 enemies, right? Though I don't like. I know it technically seems like an indirect nerf, but I think that's more of a feel than an actual nerf. Because this ship did not really care for the fact that enemies globally became 1 power, because it literally was not affected. Other ships were not using enemies anyways, so relatively speaking, I don't think this was like even that much worse. It's more so a meta shift that caused this to be lower than it is. Yeah, I don't like anti-crew weapons in general. Maybe I'm just a bit biased here, but I really don't like them not doing any system damage. So, yeah, like, and this was kind of the same reason why I put Separatist A lower, because having a single chain laser to do your system damage is not great. Admittedly, Separatist A has a neural laser to support, but here you can crew kill pretty fast, so as long as you don't get hit too badly, you're fine, because these things can brute force in the sense that even if you take a heavy laser to weapons, you should be able to clean up with 1 more enemies left. So that's why this is like C- and not lower, because you can brute force quite easily. But yeah, still a bit awkward reading offense to actually deal system damage, and that's why it's down here. Next is Slug C, actually. Yeah, this one's also weird. It's one of those ships where like having a 4 power weapon system is the nicest perk it has, because the actual weapons it uses are not great. And I get the gimmick is supposed to be using the Falcon drone, but like, really? Like, do I have to rely on this thing to deal my system damage? Because the one thing, Red Ion Barrage, it is fast enough to actually disable a system. So that's why it's like here. So you do have some agency in disabling systems. It's not fast, it's not great, sure, but it is something. And when you combine it with the fact that it has like a lot of sellables, a lot of power as well. I know the power is kind of needed, but it's nice to have that much power. So yeah, it's just like this ship is not even that great offense-wise. It's just got a whole bunch of other crap to going for it. Kind of like Federation B. But even Federation B is better at hull rushing. So there's that. Yes. This drone is volatile, as with all combat drones, but the 40 drone speed definitely makes it a little bit more viable, because you do have more slots at hitting the right systems, so to speak. So yeah, overall it's not great. It's just it has enough going for it for me to keep it in the C- tier. Enough, either that's enough junk to sell, or enough starting equipment or starting levels. Next is where is it? Ooh, it's a unique crew cruiser. Hang on. Did I drag the ships? No, I've got to drag the ships in here. Damn it. Okay, here we go. There, and A55's cruiser. Pirate Captain. I think it got nerfed because they reduced the amount of drone part it starts with. Actually, no, 20 is still quite a lot, actually. But yeah, it's again hard carried by the Pegasus, really, because this is even, I think this is technically worse than um, Militia B in terms of crew killing potential, because a single A55, even when drone boosted, is actually slower than two um, two Mark 1 boarding drones. So that's kind of a feat to be worse than at crew killing than Militia B. Yeah, okay, Pegasus carries this. That's all I have to say. You have a very good system disruption weapon, and that's it. And also, Manager makes Pegasus beat basically every Sector 1 weapon in the game. Sector 1 enemy weapon, I mean. And yeah, I honestly, this could be lower, but I really just like having a Manager to man the Pegasus to actually make it fire really quickly. Anti-boarding is not an issue, so I guess that's nice. But yeah. The Ancient Battle. Hey, come on. The new Ancient Battle is also nice. What do you mean? Like, both are bangers. Yes, this is the old Ancient Battle. They didn't remove it. It's just that it now, I think they mix it up so one of two play in the same sector. So it's not just so repetitive, I guess. Yeah, I know, the new one grows on you. It's actually pretty nice. Oh yes, I think Sealant was also one of the reasons to put this high because it's a sellable, so yay, I guess. So you have a bit of flexibility. And it's just Pegasus. Let's move on. It's literally just Pegasus. That's why it's up here. Otherwise, it would be lower. Next is the Breach Soft Lock. Yeah, okay. You don't sell Sealant until you're sure you can. You either really need the scrap, or you know you can avoid the soft lock. That's what I would say. Do I think A55 is better than Ghana? Wait. Forgot what Ghana's stats were. So I had a feeling Ghana is better because Ghana is just faster. The way I remember it is that Ghana is more of a solo drone, and A55 is more of a support drone, if I'm not mistaken. I think Ghana has better individual stats. Oh shoot, I missed Ghana. Oops. Hang on. Yeah, Ghana is really fast. That's why I remember. Why is it taking so long? Because I missed that one. No. Dude, how hard can it be to roll a single Ghana? Holy double atomizer. Anyways. Dude, why is it this hard? Okay, there we go, Ghana. Alright, oh yeah, no, Ghana actually deals system damage as well on impact. Like, I think they just added that as a kind of, law according to Into the Breach. But I think overall Ghana is better. 2 combat damage, does things faster, moves faster, can do... Yeah, just speed. Speed is what I'm looking for. So A55 is good in the sense that he can heal your crew, but Ghana's better in the sense that it's just faster by itself. So it's kind of like a comparison between Grazier drone versus a standard boarding drone, if that makes sense. Hey, yeah, good enough, Joe. You know what? You are right. I completely forgot Ghana exists on this. I am dumb. All right. Moving on. We're not going to talk about that. Yes, it is smiling abyss. Um, wait, what's next? Oh yes, yes. The other. I think I talked about this ship a little bit yesterday. 2 days ago, not yesterday. Anyways, Equinoid B. This this is the very definition of getting jumped down by your initial offense being garbage. I think it should be very obvious. It's like this. This is the main reason this ship is garbage. Because if you buy a teleporter, this thing goes up into S tier. Yeah, that's actually true. The name's so accurate for the fact that your Vulcan is just your only offense. Yes, I mentioned this in reference to Ocean C. It's like, at the very least, Equinoid B can do system damage compared to Ocean C. Yes, 2 shields is one of the reasons why it's up here. Because otherwise, a single Vulcan offense is horrible, I have to say. And I think 1 or 2 updates ago, they reduced the price of Vulcan from 95 to 75. I consider that enough for the ship because that means your selling price went down by 10 scrap. So you are 10 scrap further away from selling the Vulcan to get Teleporter. Which is kind of funny to think about it. It's like one of the times when reducing the price nerfed the ship. But that's that. I would never keep the Vulcan around if I could sell it to get Teleporter. So nerfing the selling price is just a nerf to the ship in my opinion. I think everyone knows how broken Crystal Equinoids are, so I don't need to talk too much about that. You just need to do the 50-50 enough times, and once you get 2 Crystal Equinoids, you can just breed like six of them and just absolutely swarm the enemy ship. So, yeah. That's that for the ship. There's an outer expansion ship which is this, but without shields, more engines, having the Saboteur and Sylvan. You know, it sounds like Multiverse ship we have, like, isn't that basically like Sylvan A without the big fat energy shield? The crew sounds exactly the same. Except, yeah, this one does have merchant shield, which is kind of broken. And it's also like Dove, the Knight at Sea. No shields, you just have to use your crew and all that. But with a Vulcan. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think that's a good point actually. The layout of this is kind of garbage, considering. Do you see the distance between the important systems? There's engines here, there's weapons here, shields here, and then there's this crew over here. So why did they put the monk in piloting? Can we swap these guys around? So it's just time saving, dude. Every time I play this ship, I have to spend 5 seconds swapping these two around because the monk does not give power in piloting. Yeah. Columbia walk to engines. Ah, yes. So if someone in engines dies, yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah. And considering the fastest crew you have, they can't even repair well, so it's kind of just meh. Yeah, Clone Bay Walk's actually more annoying than Mad Bay Walk now, because Mad Bay Walk doesn't exist, thanks to a certain add-on developer. Dude, if they close the loop, if they close the loop, it will literally be a donut ship. And I kind of agree in terms of like making the layout better, but it will also be funny. Horse racing. Bad. Okay. Oh, two more ships in C minus tier. First up, it is going to be let's see, Shell Scientist C. This one, right here. Okay. Now, this is one of those ships that suffers really badly against Sector 1 heavy lasers because it loses to that, and you can lose your whole offense when you get shot in weapons by a heavy laser. Hang on, let me find this ship first. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Yes. However, in compensation, yes, if you buy Teleporter, you just win. You have 2 Shell Guardians. This is an insane boarding setup. Like, even if you don't have a medical system, you have 2 scientists, you're fine. Just don't let one of them, at least one of them, stays on good health. Everyone gets healed. So, the only problem this ship has is if you accidentally let one of the scientists, or both of the scientists, get too damaged, then you get forced into a medical purchase. Otherwise, up until that point, you can just coast without medicals. And yeah, dropping force system damage at the start of the fight is just kind of unbalanced, really. It's just the process of getting there in the station. Though, yeah, you do have mind control to make hitting a shot a bit more consistent. Because you can mind control the pilot and you can actually hit your shots. So, yeah, good. Outstanding teleporter transition, but the inconsistency in Sector 1 just keeps it a bit low compared to other ships. Well, I think all of the scientist ships have insane sensors. I don't know why, but I guess they wanted to study the enemy. But yeah, I think that's just the thing about scientist ships. True. Alright, anyways, last ship in this tier, C minus, it's going to be, let's see, wait. Yeah, Adahelian C. So. Let me find this. Oh wait, no, it's right up here. Easy. Okay. Now, this thing definitely took a hit because I think you can see why Solar Tunnel got absolutely nuked in this update. Yes, also the slow repairs, which is partially compensated for by this. But fire can be pretty bad. But admittedly, your venting is pretty good. You've got a lot of different vents. So, for the record, your venting is fine unless you get hit in toss, then you're kind of screwed. But beyond that, the drones do help quite a bit. But this comes back to the same issue of not so much an issue, but just a fact that the drones are not a bonus perk anymore, they're compensating for a weakness. You get 50% chance to negate damage, which is nice. It can save you some hull damage, but if you get shot in weapons, you are going to take more damage anyways because it does not prevent system. So between a good weapon and K weapon, you still kind of need to get shields very soon, and you can't afford to sell it. I think one of the half is that the inherent repair speed penalty is so harsh that you are forced to have at least 2 of these on at the same time. Otherwise, you risk one of them getting destroyed and going into a spiral. So, essentially, you're playing one free drone sim. That's kind of how I see it in that way. Yeah, I think in the late game, you could probably get away with just having one constructor, but we don't really talk about the late game here. Late game, you'll find you shouldn't be taking much anyways. Yes, so yeah, one thing this ship is good at not dying, which is one of those things that we like to see in ships. So, it could be C tier, but I left it C minus for now because I do feel like, if I look back at my list of ships in C tier, I do prefer all of the ships in C tier compared to this one, which is why I bumped this one down a little bit. But we will see. Yeah. Okay, so that is C minus. Let's see. Yeah, the slow repair is horrible. 60% means that, for reference, let's say, normally it takes like 12 seconds to repair a system bar. On this ship, it would take 30 seconds. Yeah. That's to put it into perspective. No, not even 18.75. It from 12 seconds to... Wait, actually, hang on. I might have got the math wrong that one. I'm pretty sure it's like... I'm pretty sure repairs take 12 seconds, right? No, it is not. Oh, I wish it was. Repairs are slowed by 60%. Because it says, to my understanding, that means it applies a 0.4 multiplier on everything. So to get 12 seconds, you need to do 12 divided by 0.4, and that gets 30 seconds. No, because my understanding is that it multiplies repair speed, not repair time. Because if it affects repair speed, if it reduces repair speed by 60%, that's significantly worse than increasing repair time by 60%. Do you get what I mean, the difference? Yeah, so if we divide by 0.4, which is what I assume it is, then it would be 31 seconds. Yes, 0.4x speed total. That's how I understand it, at least. True. From what it felt like, it definitely felt a lot slower than a time increase. Yeah. I mean, if someone checks the code and... Wait, I don't think you can even affect, like, repair time, can you? You can only indirectly affect... indirectly affect repair time by affecting repair speed. Because you can directly modify repair speed, but I don't think you can change total repair time unless you do some Lua shenanigans. Yeah. How many C in S tier? How many C in S tier? Hang on. What? I mean, yeah, it's hard to die, but like... And I think this is a case of where relativity is really important. This ship may have a good chance of winning, but so do a lot of other ships. And those other ships can do it probably more safely than Harmony C. And that's why I don't have Harmony C that high. So, yeah. Augmented radius. Did they change the gimmick? Wait, I'm not sure what Harmony C has to do with augmented radius. Yeah, don't worry, we'll talk more about NGC, because I can tell you NGC is gonna come up later today. It's definitely no higher than B or C tier. Yeah, we'll talk more about it when we get to it. Wait, actually, no, sorry, hang on. No, let's just go ahead and talk about NGC right now, actually, because I do have it in C tier. Wait, I forgot I put this ship as my flagship ship for C tier. No wonder you guys are talking about it. I completely forgot. I just threw up one ship for each of the tiers, just because I could. Why not? Okay, yeah, you know what? Let's just talk about it. Alright, on the topic of Harmony C. So, what the ship has going for it, it is really hard to kill, which is canonically accurate, to the renegade you encounter. This and the renegade is also very hard to kill. You have 3 NG, insane repairs. These two defender and separatists are great tankers. They can tank a lot of damage. Maintenance drone, even more repairs. Overcharger, even more defense. Good system levels all around. 7 systems, high reactor. And then the question mark is your offense, obviously. Like, initially, your NG boarding is not so bad because, for one, these two are amazing at tanking damage. So what you can do is you can do the shield bait trick where you board all of these into shields, and then you have the separatists or the defenders tank in shields while the other two and go sabotage weapons. Yeah. Free lab. True. How much does the thing even cost? Wait, let me check. I forgot how much the combat upgrade costs. 15 scrap, 3 drone parts. Oh, that's not too bad. Though for priority reallocation is expensive though. Like, you have to get a lab upgrade and put 55 scrap in. Or all for one more system sabotaging. 1x sabotage speed. And like, no matter how I look at it, this ship excels at not dying. But at the same time, the offense is just so questionable. It's like, put it that high, honestly. It's not even like this ship is completely immune to dying. That's the thing. There are some ships that are literally virtually immune to dying, and that's why they're a lot higher. But this is just great and not dying, but not immortal. The boarding gets very weird and awkward once you start facing enemies that have upgraded doors, more enemies, more enemy crew on their ship. Crew weapon slot is not great to scale into late game, though admittedly it is nice. It starts with like 2 weapon power instead of 1. I think that's nice. Some other ships could use that, like Kana LNB. But yeah, it's just, and the drone, like, don't get me started, this is not reliable system damage. You can't aim it. Same with all combat drones. Simply don't die, true. For what it's worth, you do have sellables. If you find a good weapon, sell medbots, sell some of these, and you're fine. Oh, hi, Kesa. Going to work, watch the mod after. Alright, yeah, have a good day then. One free mantis sector and you're kind of chilling, but that of course depends on you finding it. It also relies on you being able to recruit the free mantis. Cause, please tell me you're not gonna try and attack the free mantis guard with this. Especially if they roll mind control. You can't reliably crucial to the guard. You need to find the right events that give you a free mantis. And also free mantis sectors just suck for scrap value, so the fact that you have to go to free mantis sectors to fix something says a lot about the ship. Yeah, but buying crew is like, it's quite dubious on a ship that already does not have targeted system damage. Like, it looks like the ship has good system levels, but you do need to spend scrap in like a bunch of areas, so spending it on crew is a bit it's not my priority. At least I would rather get a weapon that can deal system damage and also act as boarding support. Or just go outcast sectors. Getting a crystal on a 4-man teleporter is fantastic. I would much rather go to the outcast sector. Rocks, crystals, those are also decent borders. Definitely, like, okay, no, sorry, free mantis are better than rocks, but outcast sector is just so much better than free mantis sector that And combined with the fact that outcast sectors can give you liberators, which are insane on a 4-tower teleporter. So yeah, let me just, okay, sorry, scratch that. Outcasts are not fantastic borders. I would rather have free mantis. But the fact that liberators are insane for system damage, and the fact that outcast sector by itself is a whole lot better than free mantis sectors, I would rather go to outcast sectors. So yeah, I think we would prioritize outcast sectors above everything else. Like outcast and then federation and then union and then maybe or maybe free mantis, I'm not sure. But like, yeah, so you see, the fact that we're talking about having to fix this boarding party issue while already not having any targeted system damage, that's saying a lot about the offensive strength of the ship. You get what I mean? Whereas some ships, their boarding party is so strong that we don't even have to consider it until Sector 7. Like, legitimately, some boarding ships are so strong that you do not have to change the boarding party until Sector 7 or 8. That's not the case with this ship, unfortunately. Yeah, I kind of see the argument about the combat damage lab upgrade, but like then that means you bring them in. It's basically like bringing in a rock if you think about it, because a rock is very tanky, but they also only deal 1x damage. So that means they are going to be pretty slow at crew killing. So when I buy that lab upgrade, I am basically turning the defender into a rock, and the NG into a human, because NG does not have any tanking capabilities, only the defender does. And if you tank with the separatist can't attack, so like that's a mute point. So yeah, no matter how you look at it, I can't really see how this ship can be said to have a good enough offensive strength to put higher. Oh, don't you worry, Out-Knight is pretty high, from what I remember. Would you rather have a slow crew kill or a really, really slow crew kill? Would you rather have $1 or $2? Yeah, it's basically that. But yeah, even though I'm not saying I will not do the combat damage lab upgrade, it's more or less just like it helps a little bit. Doesn't fix everything. So yeah. No, I think we've talked about this ship enough already. Like, we all know it's good and not dying, and that's it. Offense is a bit dubious once you get past it. Destroy O2 and wait for them to suffocate. Do you want to have a repeat of Caretaker B? It helps a bunch. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Like, I think that's it. That's all I have to say about the ship, because it's so awkward anyways, no matter how you look at it. Okay, coming in, next ship. Oh, we got to glow up. This one grows quite a lot, I have to say. Welcome Engineer A out of the E tier. Congratulations. Looks like a single combat. Adding a second combat drone looks like it did wonders for you. Absolute wonders. Where is it? Here we go. Okay. Man, this ship feels so much more fun to play now. Because prior to this update, it did not have this combat 2 do. So you couldn't deal with 2 shield enemies. Like, even more impossibly so than MB Rebel C, because conservative drone is even slower than the normal laser drone. So it's even more unlikely that it would do the 2-shot action. Yes, like, you don't throw this out every single fight, but the fact that you can actually get through 2 shields now is so nice, because you can use this to crew kill whenever you want. Yeah, you can sell Drone Booster. Drone Booster got a bit of a nerf, because they split it into 2 parts instead of just being 1 part. But still, this thing still deals as much damage as the Mantis, so it's fine. You can use it on the safe fights. But yeah, the fact that you don't have to worry about your offense in Sector 1 itself is great. If your weapons get shut down, cool, turn on both combat drones and try to hull rush them. So you just have a lot more offensive options here and defensive options, because by not having to worry about 2 shield enemies immediately, at least, you can focus on upgrading shields, which means less damage overall, which means more scrap for you, and it's just a very nice compounding effect to make this a lot better. Yeah, so congratulations. But yet again, we need to point out the fact that Scythe is 1 system damage on 2 weapons every 15 seconds. So I can't move this that much higher, unfortunately, even though it's a lot more fun to play because Combat 2 is insanely fun to use. You can just do Combat 2, Combat 2, Combat 1 and have a 3 slot 8 power wrecking drone ship in the late game, and it's really fun. Yeah, sight is 15 seconds. His type I think is also around which is not ideal. But you're not, hey, good enough. Like, this ship can brute force even harder than MVNG, which is why this is higher than that. So, yay, congratulations. A hypothetical future scythe with a curved beam would be better or worse? Well, that's interesting. I think it depends on enemy ship layout. I feel like it would be a buff if the total distance stays the same. Then the most important thing is sometimes I want to be able to hit the system at the very tips of the beam. If the distance stays the same, which would eventually, if you're doing a curve, then that would be like the diameter, right? If that stays the same as currently is, then I think it will be good. With a 15-degree curve. Oh, okay, so not a diameter, but a small curve. I think it would be better, honestly. No, how do you implement that? Because right now we just drag it in a straight line. Like, how do you just draw it out? Because if I drag it from one point to another, how does it determine whether it the curve goes to the left or to the right? Unless it makes me draw out the curve, which would be kind of cool to see, honestly. Yeah, for me it would be a buff. As long as I can hit the 2 systems at the very tips of my beam, just having more coverage would be a buff. Yeah, I believe in them. They would. Okay, so yeah, that's Engineer A. Next is... oh, this one. Unlike Engineer A that got a glow up, this one got a glow down. It's not so... it got nerfed, it's just me realizing I overrated this in the past. We need to talk about Militia C now. Oh boy, I put this way too high previously. Way too high. Alright, yeah, I had it here. Charge tree, yes. No, the lighting is nice, dude. I like how they change the color schemes of all of these. Like, Militia B is good, but the lighting is good. Same with this. Definitely not as bad as Militia B, no. But yeah, it's like, do you remember Dynasty A? It's basically this, but a bit more flexible and less flexible at the same time, because you don't have that one system damage buffer. And I think the main danger is against drone ships, because if there is a drone ship aiming towards your weapons, you have a choice to either shoot your weapon and have less shots, or risk that thing hitting your weapon. So this risk of having to use less projectiles means that there's a high chance to miss, and admittedly missing is not that it's not the end of the world, even if you're against a drone ship, because it's not that bad. You have a level 2 cloak to keep you safe, yes. But what is so outstanding about the ship, apart from the fact that, charge 3 is nice, I guess, but you don't have shields to protect it. That is the main issue. The house. Yeah. It looks cool, but also we need to consider that we are assuming randomized crew. There's a chance you get a stinky soldier instead of a peacekeeper. And then you immediately start off in an energy deficit. If you don't have a peacekeeper, then you can only power 1 bar of engines. Or about 2 bars if you take it out of oxygen. Up at here because it's pretty. No, we did that in the past. That privilege just expired. But yeah, it's got the same issue. If you take 1 damage or 2 damage into weapons, you kind of just lose your whole weapon. And this is kind of the same issue that Vanilla Style B has as well. Obviously, this is a lot more flexible than that. Like, if you pre-cook, you could just shoot out a burst laser 2 effectively. But, yeah, think about this. So, last time we talked about burst laser 2 is not that great if that's your only offense. It's a similar situation here, because if you wait for 4 shots, you are potentially putting yourself in the firing line of drones. The generic crew can also roll pretty good. Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Like, the normal crew itself is just okay, I guess. The problem is, it's not the randomized crew in this one. It's not that big of a deal, apart from like getting a peacekeeper. The difference between a peacekeeper and a soldier is kind of big for the power situation. But yeah, if you get something like this, that's fine. Right? My main issue is just like this offense is, it's not underwhelming, but it's not overwhelming. It's just okay. So I can't justify putting this super high when it's not super safe. That's the way I would put it. Yeah, it doesn't feel too bad, but overall the feeling is just not as safe as the higher ships. How scaled is this list? How I would describe it is that win rate wise is pretty exponentially scaled. Like the ships in F tier, I do not, okay, well, maybe except Women 2, but like the others from Angel B to Vet A, I don't think they're that horrible. In fact, maybe if we don't want to talk about the F tier, we can just go on to the E minus tier. I think maybe we could say the E minus tier ships have 90% win rate, D tier has 91%, and something like that. So the difference becomes smaller and smaller, basically. But for the sake of relativity, I still divide these between tiers. Something like that, yeah. Like the whole point is that I'm not saying any ship in the low tiers are unplayable. Obviously, these are very much playable. I do think these are all 90% win rate ships if you play it right. It's just in terms of relativity, triple S will be 100%, double S will be like decimal fractions below 100%, and then 99, 98, something like that. And then the difference here becomes bigger, like maybe 93, 91. 90, and then you got the Z here, which is abysmal, but we don't talk about that. Go your infinite beans. We don't have much to talk about that ship anyway, so I will get there on day 3. For now, let's move on. I think I've mentioned enough about the ship. Let me see. Angel A. I got this suggestion. It made more sense to rename the tiers from the alphabetical indicators to the corresponding win rate levels. I considered that before myself. It's just that it's very hard to quantify, especially when in the lifetime of MV, there are so many ships that there's not enough sample size of each ship being played hundreds or thousands of times. And even strictly speaking to one person, the likelihood of them playing a single ship for a proper run, a whole run, more than 5 times is pretty unlikely. If they are the type to just play every single ship and explore instead of just focusing in on that 1 or 2 ship that they like. So I just found it a bit hard to put an actual number in it. I don't really want to get too technical about the numbers, which is why I didn't go with actual numbers. I just kept it with the standard tiering format, A, B, C, D, E, F. And I think it's just easier to explain to people like the meaning of the tiers in the sense that the triple S is guaranteed to win, double S is basically guaranteed to win, and then from there you become slightly less guaranteed to win. Though everything in A tier and higher, you're very likely to win short of some extreme BS happening. And then yeah, like I was saying, reverse exponential curve. Difference in the lower tiers is bigger than the difference in the higher tiers. The difference between A and S is probably like 0.2% win rate. Not overly in-depth process to rank ship based on its early to mid-game condition. Oh yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not. Wait. No, yeah, I'm just trying to process what you said. No, that's fine. Like, I get what you mean. It's easy and hard at the same time. Just because theoretically we do not have, sorry, practically we do not have that many samples. Our sample size is quite small compared to if you look at vanilla FTL. The game's been out for coming to 15 years already. Holy! But yeah, and also you have a group of hardcore win streakers, so they have a ton of data there. So they've got the physical data to back it up. Whereas here we're mostly just talking theory because I feel like some of the win streakers have played a single ship like 10 times more than we've played a single ship in Multiverse. I think I just keep it like with the standard S to F tier ranking. It's just more user friendly, so to speak. I feel like this is more comfortable for everyone to see. Whereas if I start putting like 90%, then people might think that's good, and then they look up and the next tier is 91%, and they're like, okay, so is 90% good or not good? And they have to clarify. So every ship's not bad, but at the same time, and then I have to go to the same clarification process of saying, just because a ship has a 90% win rate does not mean it is that much worse than a 91% win rate. But it is worse. That's why I put it lower. So. As of 2025, yet 3 to 4 runs on every ship. Wow, okay. No, yeah, that's the thing. I only have 1 or 2 at most on most of these. I have not been playing that much. I just played once of every ship for the playthrough to stick it on my YouTube. And that's true as well, like, the way you approach the game is much more different than before. Alright, anyways, let's move on. Next ship, yeah, I was gonna talk about Angel A, I believe? Angel A. Okay. Yes. So, right off the bat, your boarding party is actually limited to like 6 crew because of the weird system limit. Sorry, not system limit, crew limit. And furthermore, you've got weak weapons. You don't have any targeted system damage, which is already a net negative in my eyes. But you do have a lot of systems otherwise. If you buy shields, you're already maxed on systems. Drones is not a bad system for sure, especially when you got over conserver, so you can throw that out in dangerous fights just to keep you up a bit longer. Salt drone, I'm not the biggest fan of this, but you can always replace it. You can use it. You could, if you find a guardian drone, for sure you can replace that with this, and then suddenly you're a lot safer. In terms of your initial boarding party, you are kind of decent, honestly. It's just that if you don't crew kill them within 10 seconds, you will take a bit of hull damage, a bit of system damage, which is not unrecoverable. It's more so the lack of target system damage and the fact that you can't get hacking that makes me a bit iffy about the ship. Wait. You got a funny comment saying, oh, you quote unquote said Cell B was stronger than Cell C. They were in the same tier, but yeah, the tier list wasn't ranked. Valid. Yeah, I think we should make that clear. Like, talking about the very minor difference between the high-end ship is not that it's not that interesting. It's better to just discuss the mid average or lower tier ships that actually do have weaknesses worth talking about. Because if you win everything, you just win everything anyways. Yes, Angel crew are pretty nice, but they do fall off a little bit once your rooms start getting a bit crowded. So, yeah, Angels are nice, but not enough to carry the ship. Okay, next one. Warlord Cruiser. It got buffed? Yeah, it got buffed. I think it's overall buff. Because if I'm not mistaken, the augment got reworked. Yeah, we were talking about it in the playtest server. Like, it got reworked after some suggestions. So now it's a bit more distinct compared to just being a weird alternate version of the normal free Metis augment. Because now, like, on top of being the same effect as synthesized pheromones, it also increases the duration of free Mantis pheromone abilities. Also, it's technically a racism cruiser because it turns all regular Mantis into free Mantis, so that's cool. Wait, let's see. Angels fall off once the game becomes about sabotaging and causing mayhem. Yeah, that I agree. Yes, this is Mantis racism augment. Those are some very low system levels. Yeah, actually, I think this used to only have one level 1 teleporter and no sensors. I think we got that changed because it felt a bit too poor. I am very, very sure this used to not have sensors, and we got that added in the recent update. So that's nice. That's just another QOL. You don't really have to worry about that. A couple of blue options. Also, just, yeah, it's nice. Not something that makes me put the ship a lot higher, but it's nice. Reconstructive teleporter, I guess, is a bit less exclusive now, but it's still serviceable as your primary healing method. Hardlight bypass, I used to think hardlight bypass was really good for the good boarding ships, but I think at some point they removed energy shield renegades from sector 2, so it's not as critical. It's still nice for sure, but not like literally game changing. The ship felt too slow of start for only having 2 warlords. Yeah, that is true. The main thing I keep in mind is that the 2 warlords, with your new big vibe pheromones augment, they kind of just shred a lot, even going into sectors, even going into sector 3, 4, because, wait, actually, let's see. If I go into the game, hang on, I want to check how long their ability takes to charge, or how long it lasts, so, hang on. Alright. Yeah, 18-second duration, because of the augment. So, in that time, you can kill your crew, and then let another set of crew walk in, and then kill those guys as well. So, it's long enough to deal with 2 waves, I think. If you, like, because if you bought these 2 guys at the same time, then by the time the first crew comes in, they kill them. The second crew can also come in, they kill them. So, it's one of these where, like, the boarding strength feels good enough to brute force for a bit. Yeah, that is true. You do not drown in scrap, for sure. Like, it also has the weak weapon issue. You can't target your system damage, so you're relying mostly on the brute force. So in a sense, you can kind of see it as a better version of Outcast B, because you actually do start with weapons. So you don't have to buy a weapon system. If you get an Artemis, you can just immediately start using the Artemis. Enough to deal with 2 waves, assuming balance fight non-tanky enemies, yeah. Like, I think this was one of the ones I was a bit skeptical about. Like, maybe it could be a bit lower, but also when I play-tested this after they reworked the augment, the warlords definitely felt quite strong when their ability duration was doubled. It doesn't nerf. Wait, no, it does nerf the repair speed, but it's same thing as synthesized pheromone, so only if O2 is higher. Okay. Yeah, you can tell. I need to drink lots of water. We still have the entirety of B tier to get through, so. Let's see. I mean, in relation to the other ships around this, like, if we look at the tiers around it, so it's definitely got a better boarding party than basically everything here. Well, minus Econoid B, but Econoid B is dragged down by Vulcan offense. So, by itself, it's fine, honestly. Like, yes, it's not as robust as something like MFKC, which is why MFKC is even higher, despite having pretty similar scrap situations. But I do feel it's like strong enough to just at least brute force you a couple of the dangerous fights. You probably could like wipe the crew of some of the dangerous renegades as well, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, that's this. I don't think there's that much else to cover aside from clear weakness, clear strengths. So next is... Oh, next is a unique crew cruiser. It's time to talk about my boy Vorticon. So, for a cult leader, I'm kind of surprised they don't have any other crew on the ship. It just feels weird. Knowing Vorticon is a cult leader, I would have expected that there will be 3 other cultists here to support him, who are like praying to him all the time or whatnot. So I don't really get that. So that means from piloting, you have to walk there, you have to board, you have to kill them while taking damage. And that's not too bad, considering you have mind control to counter mind control. You have your weapon system is weak as well, so you need to pay a bit more scrap to fix this up. Crystal 1 is fine. not outstanding, but it's decent. But yeah, the fact that you only have a single warder means you are doing things kind of slowly. If you mind control someone, that means you have to wait for the mind control to wear off to kill that guy. So then it takes even longer to kill, and yeah, there's this sort of like a question of whether you want to really be using mind control or not early on. That is true. I did wonder why they didn't put fire on the ship to pair with Vortigern. But more so, I feel like there should be cultists here. It's weird for a cult leader to be surrounded by just himself, you know. You used to be a D1 Vortigern hater, but then you had to change your heart when you stopped going for meta. Everyone. Yeah, I think this ship looks worse than it is. I think that's how I would say it. Because Vortigern himself is actually a pretty good border. Yes, he's slow, but unlike a regular rocks, he can keep that ability to deal triple damage, and then that's as effective as having 2 mantis. So it's like, you know, it's not even that bad anymore. But yeah, between this ship having just a weird lack of crew and weak weapon system, it's like, it's okay as a boarding ship, but there are better boarding ships. Oh yeah, we're on Showdown now. Nice. I feel like it will take a while for them to get nerfed, because I think they're waiting for the True End rework to do something about that. It'll be a while. And I feel like they know that recovery site is broken. It's just like, how do you really change it without changing the storyline too much? I guess you could turn it into a reroute, but like, I don't feel like, then they would have to reword the writing, because Kronkmeister would just like, Kronkmeister wouldn't just come onto your ship without immediately yanking you the recovery site, you know? So it's just, there's a lot of different things they have to get through before they actually nerf it and whatnot. Okay, let me find the next ship. Oh, there's only 2 more ships in the sea here. Union B, let's talk about this one next. Okay, let's see. Rework is supposed to be something you can't do every run. Yeah. I mean, the fact that the storyline has to be changed for pacing and whatnot means it's gonna take quite a while for that to happen, so we will see. And that is true, like, payloads are great. Oh, you know what else is great? It's just getting an extra sector for like, for doing nothing. That's what's amazing about it. Yeah, that's gonna be 5 years away, so it's like, nice to think about, just nice to theorize about, but it's well, we will get there when we get there, and then we can remake the tier list and do a lot more things. With maybe the Guardian cruisers added this time, so who knows. Long distance away things. Yeah. Oh, don't you worry, like, recovery site has not been nerfed in the last 5 months. Don't you worry. Let me find Union B. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, this got a rework in like 2 updates ago, where they... I'm trying to remember what this used to be. I think there used to be an NG here, but this used to be a breach bomb, and this was 1 power. But now they've turned the breach bomb into an Ares, which, while it is a bit slower, it means they had to bump to a 2 power. So it's a good thing, honestly. Yes, you did lose the NG, and that's kind of sad, but I do feel the ships is better than last time. Yeah, sometimes I do have a bit of a weird feeling that this should not be as high as it is, but at the same time, it is weirdly flexible, I would say. Like, what you can do, you know, in the early sector, if you want to disable a system, what you can do is, you can initially intentionally lower these 2 to less than 50 health, thereby triggering life jackets. And you do the same shield bait trick. You board everyone into shields, you leave the medic there, and then you have these two bolt over to weapons or drones to sabotage it. Oh yeah, I get that heavy lasers will turn this thing offline, but you can do the shield bait and sabotage trick, which you can get there even faster with life jackets. Yes, I agree with that exactly. It's not outstanding, but it's not that bad because there are ships in the lower tiers that have a clear weakness. If you get shot in weapons, you die. If you get shot in shields, you die. If you get shot in drones, you die. Something like that. If you get shot in weapons here, you don't really care that much because you can fix that by sabotaging. But you're definitely not bulletproof to all the BS the renegades in Sector 2 can throw at you. Yeah, straight decency. But we also have a fair amount of ships that are just kind of broken, so we can't put this much higher, but it's definitely more stable than a lot of the lower tier ships. Yeah, I agree it's a bit weird that this is like, they call this a medic ship. It's got a cool medic vibe and it's literally got no medical systems, because like, hey, you have this medic, deal with it. Like, literally, Shell Sider Seat has more healers than the literal medic ship. Like, are we serious? I don't know, it's a weird thing. I feel like they should, not because the ship needs a buff, I feel like they should just give one more medic, just to keep in line with the theme of the ship. Yes, hi Inois, welcome to the stream. Yes, it is not one of the better boarding ships for sure, but we've seen worse. Alright, next up, the last ship in C tier. Sultan B, Multiverse Sultan B, not Vanilla. We already went through Vanilla Sultan B. But remember when I said there was this other ship that had like no shield, no cloak, but it was actually kind of decent? This is the one. So, no shields, no cloak, no energy shields. Yes, seems a bit sketchy, but you have drone arm, which means you can actually throw these out every single fight. Additionally, they actually they did buff this, I think 2 updates ago, whereby this used to be 2 power drone system, they buffed it to 3 power. So now there is a buffer point for there's a buffer point for Guardian, there's 2 buffer points for at least 1 overcharger, which is nice. Your weapons here are pretty decent when you consider that drone ships can't do anything against you because you have Guardian drone. Heavy lasers don't do anything against you if you stagger these well. And yeah, I vaguely remember you like raising the ship for some reason. It's just funny that I remember this ship in particular, but it is not bad. The offense is kind of decent. I know chain burst is like not the greatest in the world, but you can fire the energy 2 first, and at least that can disable something. NG for repairs is nice. Elks are weird. I don't know why it's like what is the point of there being 5 of these 2x1 rooms in a row? That's just interesting, question mark. But yeah, definitely can't go too much higher because you are still lacking shields, you are still lacking that solid, reliable defense. But it's fine. It actually can compensate for the missing shields and cloak, unlike some other ships. Yeah. Hey, you can vent bay. That's cool. Venting's fine though. It's like if you want to vent something up here, you can go up here, you can go through here, you can also all 3 doors and just vent the time. I mean, this is a weirdly good border trap. If the border's board here, it's like, do you know how many doors they will go through before they get to a useful system? So, oh. You can buy shields in the first jump store. True. But the overcharges are fun. I think overcharges are a bit underrated. But I know shields are like the priority, so it's a bit of a love-hate thing. Oh yes, it's time for Confederate battle. Indeed. It is also time for us to move on to the C plus tier because that's all I had for C tier. I don't think there's anything else in here. Picking up from yesterday, let's just talk about Petro B, which I already put in here. I think this is straightforward. Very similar to Vanilla Kestrel B. It's got an insane sector 1, insane sector 2, and then it's just awkward. If they made overcharges do their thing like 1.25 faster. Ooh. That might... I don't know, because what I'm thinking right now is that what overcharges are great at is countering high damage single shot movements. Like if you have the timing on a lockdown, you can counter a whole Hermes with this. You can counter heavy laser, you can counter if you're playing chaos for some reason, then you can literally counter a obsidian missile if you know your timings, right? Yeah, so because I don't actually know how good Overcharger is, because I don't see it used a lot, even though theoretically it's great for countering these one-shot defenses. Overcharger, not Overconserver, because you can't time Overconserver, so that might actually make it worse. But yeah. Why aren't MV devs doing simple changes? Oh no, they did. They actually buffed a bunch of the lower tier ships this time. Like, wait, let me check the tier list. If I go to the lower tiers, because a bunch of these are vanilla ships, so I don't expect them to change that. Let's see. Because 2C is kind of new here. We haven't talked about it that much, so that's fine. They buffed Vet C. They buffed Clone Cannon indirectly. They buffed Guild B directly. They buffed Casual A. They changed Union A. Archbishop is mostly down here because of indirect nerfs, so that's unfortunate, but whatever. Okay, sorry, no, not Vanilla Fat A. Fat C, sorry. MV Fat C, they buffed this. They buffed Hector A, they buffed Dynasty B. They changed this. Orchid B. They reworked the weapon system on this one, on Shell A. They changed the weapon on Separatist A, which made it better in my opinion. So yeah, they actually do address this. And as well, Engineer A is up here now thanks to a very nice buff. Engineer B is not even here yet. It's gonna be somewhere in B or A. I think B here. Engineer B is somewhere here. So that got buffed. We need to talk about Morph C later on. So they do address it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like the main things I want to see changed are like the ships that feel just directly worse than other ships for no real reason, and the ships that just don't fit thematically. One of the reasons like why I got Mantis B changed is that it advertises itself as a bomb blasting ship that used a ton of bombs, but when it had a recycle bomb, that was literally the only thing you fired. So it does not fit nicely into the intended gimmick, and that's why I suggested it could change, even though that made the ship worse. Like, something like Cardahellion B, why I want a change for this so much is that it feels... It's a combination of being as poor as MFKC and also doing beach boarding, but when all the other beach boarding ships are just better. And I don't see what this really has to offer aside from a Praetor with Spore Reserves. That's cool, but like... And I think I mentioned before, like some ships I'm fine with being niche, being bad, like... yeah, NGB, I don't think NGB needs to change, it's fine. MV Rebel C, it's... Sorry, not MV Rebel C, gosh dang it, this Spook Chaser C. Spook Chaser C, it's fine, I like Drive Hacker I like that the ship starts with Drive Hacker. Yeah, it's not gonna be helpful for win rate, but it's cool that the ship starts with Drive Hacker, so that's fine. Okay, no, that's only down here because of no pause, but like, I digress. Angel B, it's a gimmick, right? I know it's meant to be a better version of Vanilla Stealth B, and it is that. So, I don't know whether you can really change Angel B without, like, making it broken, or making it too fundamentally different from the original vision, or both. So, yeah. Yeah, I think... So, what I'm trying to say is that some ships deserve buffs, but it's not that we need every ship to be in the E minus, at least E tier, right? It's fine for some ships to be bad, but they need a reason to be bad, right? So, for what it's worth, I do want to see the Fed ships get a bit of love. Like these two have been down here for like 10 years already, so I hope it's about time to see a buffed Fed 8. Oops, sorry. Yeah, I know Nexus, part of it feels a bit of a shitpost, but it's fine. It's optional, so I'm like... I think they toned down a bit of the unserious writing to make way for a bit more of a serious ending, so that's nice, but yeah. Yeah, that is true as well. Dylan, also yes, Dylan, you do not get to disrespect Nexus because Dylan exists. Okay, cool. Anyways, getting back to Casual B. Literally the same thing as Vanilla Casual B. Insane starting offense, but like quite awkward to transition out of. Again, 4 weapon power is a nice perk, but beyond that, you don't really have anything, you know. Each of these sell for 17 scrap, which is surprising. Like everything here sells for less than Dynasty B, which is literally the old weapon ship. That's just funny food for thought. But anyways, yeah, I know. I think people's opinions on this ship are very divided. Either you love it or you hate it. No system damage, absolutely. It's very questionable, but in Sector 1 you can basically make most ships surrender just by firing 2 volleys. So it's very I don't know what's the word for it. It's very hit or miss, I think. No, there's a proper word for it, I just forgot. Anyways, it's like this. Against some dangerous Sector 2 renegades, it can go really well or really badly. Either you get hacking weapons and then you just get shot all over the place, or they miss your good systems on one volley and then you immediately clean up. There's like no in between. This is not a okay ship. It either does well or it does bad. System damage, yeah. You get your equipment grabbed, dude. We gotta suffer with 4 light races. Vanilla variant. Yes, I think I had the vanilla variant a bit higher, I think. Hang on, let me check. I might have put them like really close. Oh wait, put them like right next to each other. Because, yeah, actually, no, let's talk about that right now, actually. This one. For defense reasons, like, I did have a bit of apprehension on this. Like, this one, I put it in here thinking, could this be higher? But ultimately, it's like, it's weird. It's just, yes, having 4 shots in 9 seconds is fantastic. But it's once again a bit awkward to upgrade out of. I think even the vanilla players talked about this. Like, the offense is one of the best to start off with. but it's also awkward to upgrade, and that's something that we need to consider. You are faster than every opponent. Well, so is Casual B. You are faster than every opponent as well. And I know that one doesn't have system damage, but the fact is that one, you can basically force any ship to surrender in Sector 1 by 2 volleys before anything fires at you. Yeah, basically that. So we have pretty much the same issue here, whereby the offense is awkward to upgrade. And combined with the fact that it doesn't have anything else outstanding about it, like there are no bonus systems, no bonus augments, no drones, no crew is okay, but yeah, there's just nothing outstanding about it. That's why I struggle to find a place for it in the higher tiers. Too light plus BL2 over 2 defense rates plus BL2. I can see that, yes. Two lights are pretty good. As long as your entire offense isn't just hull damage, it's fine. But yeah, that's why I put these two ships like right next to each other. So I do feel Vanilla should be better, but better enough to move a whole tier higher, a bit hard to say. Again, we will see. I'll keep chugging through. We're on like C tier. We're on C plus. We'll keep chugging through this. C to B minus here. Maybe I'll change my mind on this. Like I did change my mind on Monday on Hector A. I moved it up a tier, but yeah, we will see. Made hull for MV cash should be inverse. No, I think they changed the hull of MV Casual B. I forgot what it used to be. I really forgot. It used to be a pretty like plain color. Now they've actually like, put a neat cross on it. Yeah, they're basically inverses. Alright. Anyways, that's those two done. So next up, yeah, it was some grey looking thing. Alright, cool. At least I did not forget that. Next up, I have Confederate B here. Because it takes so long to shoot that you're gonna inevitably take some damage. Don't get me wrong, the weapons are pretty decent in the sense that they deal a lot of system damage. But 16 and 18 seconds respectively is 1 second faster and slower than the PS2, which is, you know, the whole reason why we put Morph C in F tier previously. So Glacier, yes, you can board with this, but it's not fast enough to crew kill 2 enemy crew. And producers, yes, they do help you with your repairs and all that, but yeah, basically that. Organic payload, fantastic. 2 power 4 damage is nice. But you're also sitting here for 18 seconds just hoping you don't take too much system damage in the meantime. You miss because you don't have accuracy. Oh yeah, missing this feels awful, I will say. Yes, the drones definitely help with the level 2 manning, I will say that. And because you're parking one in weapons... Oh wait, one more thing. Repair capability on the ship kind of sucks, especially against fires. Like, there are vents, yes, but Because you can't put out fire immediately, you have to vent. That means you're at risk of taking even more system damage. The accuracy is way too I agree. Not quite looks awkward. Shakespeare really did. Oh yeah, so repair is a bit of an issue here. You put a producer here, that's cool, but this thing also takes more damage to fires. Takes more damage from fires, I mean. And you having a single Vamweed, it's like you can't multi-stack crew to take advantage of this. So it's like there's a bunch of okay things about the ship, but between the long cooldown times and like the single crew is definitely awkward. I agree. Is your ship forced to crew kill with weapons? Basically, you're basically trying to use the Grazier drone to reduce the health of enemy crew so that you only need to use bombs for either one hit onto enemies or damaging systems. So that's your goal ultimately. I mean, yes, it sounds miserable, but you also have a crap ton of system damage. These two combined deal 6 system damage, so cool. Again, whether they hit is another thing. Whether they miss or hit, you know, that's part of the reason why this ship isn't that consistent, but yeah, that's fine. Don't worry, we will see some other Rapweed ships. I mean, this is the first Rapweed ship that we've covered. The others are even higher, so yeah, we will talk about this eventually. Not even today. I'm pretty sure this appears in part 3, because like, holy crazy offense Batman. But we will get around to Type C when we get there. For now, oh, True Chaos. Oh yes, this is a good one. Isn't this ship really bad? You're gonna take a lot of damage every fight. Yes and no. You take a lot of damage every fight, but this damage is not as consequential as damage on other ships, because the hull laser does not turn off your entire offense. The hull laser into weapons keeps one of your weapons offline. Sorry, not hull laser. If you get shot by a heavy laser into your weapon system, you will still have one bomb online. The same cannot be said for other ships that, example right here, this one. If you take a heavy laser into weapons here, you lose your entire offense until the point you get teleporter. You tank one volley and the enemy is disabled for the rest of the fight. Yes. So this ship is weirdly good against, or I wouldn't say good, it's more like robust. Hey, they look, heavy lasers were like the cause of one of my few forced losses recently. So like, I have good reason. Okay. But even aside from that, it's like, if we don't consider early game dangers, then what are we gonna consider? You know. Okay, so yeah, that is Confederate D. Let me close Discord. I keep clicking on Discord by accident when I meant to click on like images. Next up, here's the other ship I got confused initially. Vanilla Slug A. AKA carried by these two weapons. Falcon exists, but yeah, it's carried by two fantastic weapons. Yeah, cool. Right, Falcon horribly slow. At least 2 shots, at least 26 seconds to kill enemies. But you can turn this off. You can swap to these two. Fine, you have a pretty good gunship going. We still do have the same vanilla issue of like 2 slugs being a pretty meh repair and anti-boarding party. So yes, Falcon for cheap CKs after the other weapons reduced. So it is fine. I can sell this. I can sell that. But ultimately, beyond that, we're looking at an okay gunship. Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, and like, you can crew kill, but I mean, as we move up the tiers, you are going to see like even crazier ships, like ships that can just have so much stuff. You wonder how they even ended up with having so much blow and getting away with it. That ships that have two decent weapons and just a semi-stable start is considered C tier. We're getting to good stuff, you know. This is why we start from the F tier. We talk about how horrible some ships are, and then we get to the better and better ships, where we start saying, how does this ship have this all at once? Yeah, sellable Slug Gel is nice. I agree. I think it's one of the reasons why I put this above the Multiverse Slug A. All right. Anyways, that's this ship. Repair issue, anti-boarding issue, but carried by good weapons. Let's move on. Ooh, 3 more ships in C+ tier. Yeah, unfortunately we do not have a Hector ship to talk about soon, so RIP. We cannot capitalize on this. Shell Scientist B, it's weird. Like, I used to think this offense was great, but now I think it's just okay and weird. Hang on, let me find it first. Alright, cool. So, like, the offense is... I don't know how many times I have to say it, it's just weird. Yeah, I capitalized, I meant that. I knew exactly what I was doing. Okay, what is the reason of sellable not sellable means like... Wait, okay. So, Multiverse augments, a lot of the race-specific augments you cannot sell because of their locked icon. So it's not like great. I would rather have 30 scrap to spend on other things, which means that Vanilla Slug A has an advantage because I can sell it. They kept this concept from Vanilla where you actually can sell the augments to keep faithful to the original representations. So that's why I prefer Vanilla Slug A. Let's see. Hector TM should be kind of... Oh, you should see Hector BNC. They are pretty good. There was a crash associated with this ship. That's crazy. We're gonna hit a hay. Alright. Yeah, I know. Theories are really fun to talk about. Because, you know... I don't know, it's just really fun to do this. Not too often, but I guess the scarcity of it also makes it fun. Just integrate unlocking locked augments mod into base Multiverse. Kidnap the creators of locked augments. Isn't the creator of locked augments like Multiverse devs? So should we kidnap the dev team? No shot. Oh well. I mean, personally, I don't have that strong an opinion on locked augments, unless it's two souls. That's when I hate them. I hate having two locked augments. One, I'm like, fine, whatever. It is what it is. Force them to work on MB 24/7. Yeah, nothing will go wrong with that. Okay, back to the ship. For some reason, I used to think this had 4 weapon power and you could power all of your weapons at once, but you can't. So that's so weird. Like, that's a really weird thing, because bomb is fantastic for sure, but you're not gonna be powering the bomb at the start of the fight. You're gonna be powering simple iron and the pike. Then when you get hit, you power bomb. Hold on. Yes. Oh, turning on the soundtrack is the best thing I've ever done. Hold on. Guys, I did download basically every single song. This is like the folder I drag from when I need to use soundtrack for my video edits. So it makes sense that I have everything downloaded. They'll make 10 more Slug updates for their revenge. Yeah, go on. Go on, I don't mind. 2 pages of Slug ships, please. Okay, yeah, coming back to this. it's weird that titanium system casing is not even an insta sell on the ship unless I wouldn't say don't sell it, but at the same time it doesn't go out at the first store I see, right? Unlike um, MV Stealth, where I sell the system casing immediately for a boost to getting shields. But here it's like if you sell it, you could get into a bit of a pickle with the center medbay. And having only one scientist means that, like, if the scientist takes a Hermes to the face, then you can't heal anyone. So it's a bit, I don't know. It really, the offense is weird. That's what I really have to say about this show. Because the problem with Scientist A and Scientist B is that your offense is not that easy to scale. Like, 3 weapon slots is not bad, but it does rely on you having good weapons that can work within 3 slots. If you have 4 slots, you're a lot more flexible with this because you can use burst laser 1, heavy laser 1 more effectively, but in the case of 3 weapon slots, the weapons have to be good. If you get what I mean. Scientist C has less of this issue because you can just get the boarding, get teleporter, abuse the 2 guardians, but you don't really have the option on these 2 ships. Like, it's not that, I wouldn't say it's not optimal, but it's a bit more questionable to get it just for 1 shell. So teleporter is a bit more questionable, offense is a bit weird to upgrade, and but it's overall, again, it's not that easy to kill. Bombs are great, like, last ditch safe weapon. But yeah. Anyways, we're gonna move on. While everyone is distracted by cooldown. I don't blame you, honestly. Okay, we're gonna get these next 2 ships out of the way at once. We've got both of the gold cruisers here, both Pimp variants. So Pimp B, I do think Pimp A is better, I think, a little bit. So Pimp B, like, I don't know. This is kind of like the middle way between a decent leech boarding ship and Cardahellion B. Because your systems are not as bad as Cardahellion B. You have a bit more power, you have an actual weapon, and you have 3 reach borders, so you're already better than Cardahellion B in that regard. But busted ATM, like, it comes down to the same issue of elite Lanius Cruiser. Yeah, you're automatically better than Cardahellion B because of defense laser, but the Buster ATM is not giving you an advantage, it's fixing the deficit that you have. I don't know why the pimped out cruiser is so poor. That is the problem. No, I like Hold Down, don't get me wrong, I'm just saying, it's funny that it just so distracting. It's perfectly valid to like Hold Down. Alright. But yeah, like I said, this is essentially the middle ground between a good leech boarding ship and Cardahellion B, so that's why it's like here underneath all of the other leech boarding ships. They spend all the money on the hull. Damn it, Lagoch. I would have preferred an Artemis, but thank you. Thanks. Oh yeah, I mean, that's just leech. Yeah, leech boarding is just like severely underrated by some people. But for sure it struggles more than the other reach ships going into sector 2 and 3, so I can't put it that much higher. So with bonus spelter, real. Wait, doesn't it? Yeah, it doesn't have a medical system. That's I know everyone here can self-regenerate, but like, whoa, another scrap deficit. Yeah, people hate leech boarding. It's really because of the health, isn't it? It's because they have 90 health, not 100. I'm pretty sure that's why. But it makes sense because they're actually pretty strong boarders, as long as you're not using them as shipboard crew. it demands brain power, real. Even shells, you just drop into the system, pop them, and be done with it. Because to reach, you actually have to micro to get the best out of them. Yeah, Guild 8, another way overhated ship. Overhated, underrated, because people thought when it lost the cloak it became bad, when in reality it just became a more balanced ship, which is still better than average. So, which is kind of funny, because when it had cloak it was just broken. But that's a topic for later on, not now. So, that's Pimp B. Pimp A, okay, look, this ship, I'm very undecided on, because technically speaking, all-consuming greed actually facilitates a magnetic arm farm pretty well. And I dunked on Gold Flag in what was that ship? 2C, but here when you have two, you can basically kill any Sector 1 ship with one volley. And even if you don't, you can fire another one because one heavy laser does not turn off both. It only turns off one of them. Now, for sure, the main reason why I have this a bit lower is because of the minus 50% scrap gain, which is very obviously a huge issue. But your offense is already good, and like, yeah, 180 scrap on demand at any store. Yes, it requires you to sell your offense, but what you can do is you can just sell one of these and then bring in like a heavy laser, burst laser, and then wow, you've got a fantastic offense going. So my feeling of the ship is that it could be higher, because if there is a consistent way of setting up the magnetic arm farm, then this ship is set. Then the drawback of having 50% less scrap is basically non-existent. One Gold Flag equals TP. Yeah, that is also an option, right? How do you win with it? You just have to be a bit more cautious with your spending, because when they say minus 50% scrap, it is not from every source. Now, Sylvan's trades are not affected, I'm pretty sure. Like if you sell drone pass to him, which you start with 15 for some reason, so you can still sell drone pass to Sylvan, and I am pretty sure it is not affected by this. So you can do that. And also when you sell equipment like augments, weapons, drones, those are not affected by the minus 50% scrap. So it's not as bad as it sounds. That's what I'm trying to say, even though it is bad. Just that, you know, you probably would not be able to buy a crab bucket, which is tragic, but it's fine, honestly. Okay. Fact checking is. Oh wait, no, I can literally just do that. Hang on. Let me do that right now. So. Yeah, not being able to buy crab bucket is like the biggest issue with this. Okay, let's see. Sell 15 for 60 scrap. There we go. I got 60 scrap. It's not affected by the thing because they made Sylvan's trades not affected by any scrap arm repair stuff. There we go. So that's nice. So that means the only thing is direct scrap income will be nerfed, which is admittedly most of your scrap income. But the fact that you have other sources of scrap income that are not affected means, you know, it's not as bad as it sounds. So yeah, I've put this here. It could be a bit higher, but there are other ships which I am just more certain about. So we'll move on. Now getting over to that's it. That's it for C tier. So B tier. Oh boy. We've got a lot to cover in the B tier. B tier is the single most inflated tier in the whole game. In this whole chaos, I mean, like, there are 8 rows of ships in the B tier. B, B-, and B+. So, let's get through this and we'll call it a day. Maybe I'll do 1 or 2 ships from A- again, but B tier is thick. Let me just say that. Okay, let's get started with Actually, hang on. 1 second. I just realized I need to do something. I'll be back in like 1 minute. Real quick. Okay, I'm back. Alright, let's go with the free methods A since I already reviewed that. Now, it's kind of like Warlord Cruiser in the sense that you do have a very strong boarding crew, and the mind control actually makes it more consistent than Warlord Cruiser because you can counter mind control. Whereas on Warlord ships, well, I mean the Warlord Cruiser, if you get mind controlled, then you lose half of your boarding power. Whereas here you just counter it, go on, and that also allows you to beat any harder interactions by having mind control. So this is one of those boarding parties that does not need an upgrade in a long time. Synthetic pheromones, it's good. I would not upgrade O2 though. There are more important things to upgrade. Synth pheromones, just the baseline 15% boost is nice. I will say that. I kind of, yeah, I get that feeling as well. It's like, I also ignore it, but I feel like it's one of the better race augments out there. So it is, does 25 scrap and a reactor power justify 15% more damage? I think it does, but only once you've loaded up all your systems and actual weapons. Absolutely not before getting better weapons or my final system. Medic is nice, keeps you in fight for longer. Energy repairs, that's nice. So yeah, overall it's just like, it's not rich, that is for sure. Weak weapons, no weapon system. Sorry, weak weapons and no actual weapons. It does have a weapon system, 4 slot, very nice. So I think it's just other boarding ships that are a bit better stocked than this, while also being as strong offensively. Which is why I have this in B- and not a bit higher like some of the other boarding ships. Alright. Next. Oh, we're gonna do a double. Yeah, we're doing 2 of these at once. Yes, it can brute force. That's what I like about some ships. You can just make the fight end. Content with ammo case with level 3 auto. Yeah, that is one thing. It's nice as an option in the late game. I will admit that. It's better than some other augments that are locked. Alright, we're gonna do a double at once. I do think Multiverse Imperial A and Vanilla Crystal A are both basically as strong as each other. So we're gonna carry both of these up right now. This one here. And this one here. Okay, cool. And these are just solid gunships. I know I've said that about some ships, but these two actually scale a little bit better because at face value, these two already do better against one shield enemies. Because against one shield enemies, you can do like 4 system damage, which is kind of crazy. Both cases the play is by teleporter. Possible. It is an option. I would not say rush to get it, but it is definitely an option, which is why these ships are good because they are flexible in their options. Also, Vanilla Crystal A has an extra weapon buffer because I guess Crystal 1 used to cost 2 power, but they've got to reduce this. So now you actually do have one empty weapon power, which is nice. Yeah, like crystals are good borders, but not some. But you have to consider the opportunity cost of spending 90 scrap on teleporter. Alright. If I get a gun, I'm probably just gonna upgrade weapons and make the whole thing work. And also hacking, you know, like pay 20 more scrap to get hacking, which is guaranteed value. That is true, like the distance between engines and weapons is massive. And the fact that you do not have any manable systems here means that more than likely, like I think this is the same for Multiverse Crystal A. Yeah, so layout doesn't even change at all. So if a fire starts in your weapons, your venting is not even that good. And if you vent, then you're venting the pathway, which is kind of dangerous. By the time these guys get over here, I think you will have lost another bar in weapons. So the repair synergy is not great here for sure. With regards to Multiverse Imperial A's weapons, pretty good honestly. Like Crystal Scatter is okay. It used to be a lot worse, but they buffed it, so it's okay now. Though the nicest thing is that it gives 3 buffer bars to Crystal Charger. And having 3 buffer bars is kind of insane. Essentially, you can see this as a Pierce Heavy, except you can fire 2 shots instead of 1. So you're more likely to at least deal 1 system damage. But otherwise, they're just gunships. I think the B tier, B and B minus are where the just quote unquote just gunships tier. This is basically where all of the plain gunships will end up, because the higher up ships, they have more things going for them. Either that or an even crazier weapon system. I'm not sure if any of those exist, but I think you'll see a lot of plain gunships in this tier. Yeah, Crystal Charger is kind of golden. MV Crystal A? Wait, what do you mean footprint? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, grey border around the rooms. Um, wait, what's wrong about that? The middle airlock has the footprint overlap the top two doors. I see what you mean. That small thing is still like out. Right, okay. That now this is obvious, not some 5 pixel Among Us. Okay, I see what you mean, yeah. Aesthetics. And for that, we're bringing this ship down to the FTL. It's so bad. Crime against humanity. Is this law critical? It says R4 at least. Alright, next ship here. B Catcher B. Oh, I mean the next ship is a vanilla ship anyways. I may as well go over and check out this. Oh my gosh. I saw it immediately. What is this? Alright. Well, the vanilla devs have some explaining to do. Hey, thankfully I probably won't play the ship, so that's nice. Let's see, next one is actually Vanilla Mantis B. Now, this one, it got a lot better mostly because of the natural conditions surrounding it. How Multiverse Sector 1 is a lot more forgiving than Vanilla Sector 1. Dude, how many ships have these issues? What? Oh, good grief, what is this? Why is this broken? What? Vanilla Seaxi. Wait, where? Oh, is it this weird one by the doors? Oh no, it's this one, isn't it? Wait, is it? The asymmetrical airlock. Oh, yeah, I guess that is weird. Don't know why they put it up here but not down here. Anyways, okay, yeah, getting back to this. Controllable boarding ships, better. This is a buff or a nerf, depending on how you want to see it. And then sellable pheromones is nice. Two shoots is nice as well, because unlike what was it called? Equinoid B, you have boarding up to back. So you can force fight to end even if you do not have a weapon system. I said a proper weapon system that has a weapon that can disable enemy systems. Right, so you can board with your boarding drone and you have a 3v2 and you just win because Mantis are pretty good in Sector 1. Yeah, and it's mostly the fact that, like, when you have two shields, the likelihood of you getting hit in a bad spot, like a breach in O2, is not as bad as vanilla. So because of that, I think it's definitely a lot more consistent. You also do have a lot of power, because I think they used to want, or at least boarding drone used to cost 3 power, so they had to like give you a lot of power to run everything. But now you don't, so that's nice. You have a bit more extra power. Yes, the repair issue is still a thing, and that's why we can't put it too high. But for what it's worth, it's like, it's better. Considering stores are more frequent, you can get crew more easily, and 2 shields protects you from good enough. You know, it's not like, I think it kills faster than the Vulcan takes to actually damage enemies, so that's why it's a lot higher than Equinoid B. But still, that's why B minus, not too high, not too low. Next up, um, let's see. True, safety blankets actually does help a lot, because then you can try to run away and get some help. You don't get soft locked so easily. What's the next ship? Oh yeah, it's EDC Cruiser. Um, I don't know if this is considered controversial, but it is weirdly weak at the start. Like, we are back to the issue of having a single Pierce Heavy as your offense until you hit a stall. If you hit a stall, fine. You're completely fine. Just liquidate the drones, liquidate one Pierce Heavy, and then you're set. Until that point, it gets a bit sketchy. Because you can get hit in weapons. We've talked about Pierce Heavy a lot on Monday already. Like, you lose to heavy laser, you lose to a defense laser, you lose to drone ships. You don't think it's controversial? Well, fair enough. I know. I think I saw people glazing this ship before, so I think I thought people would expect this to be higher, but okay, maybe it's not that controversial. Cool. Your repair also sucks, especially against fires. No doors and one of your crew is a caretaker. Yeah, this is basically retail A, but the start is definitely not as stable. So retail A is definitely much better. It's how a retail ship can be much better, just by having a not horrible start compared to something like EDC or Cultivator C. I never realized why are these different rooms. Yeah. That is so weird. Oh, one thing I would say, I think if you buy doors on this, you get like, you start with level 2 doors, if I'm not mistaken. Or they might have fixed that. Yeah, you start with level 2 doors, which is interesting, but I guess that exists. Well, that's not too much of a factor. It's just another nice to have perk, but first few jumps are very scary. So there's that. Yeah, it's a special ship, just like Shadow Scientist V. Okay, next one. Another, I think this is a bit overhated. Oh, sensors. Oh yeah, you're right. Sensors also start at level 2. Okay, Monk A. I know some people hate this, but it's really not that bad. It's kind of decent, honestly. You just have to hear me out on this one. Alright. Hang on, let me drag up the ships first. And yeah. Right. Yep. There. Super under. Yeah, I think this has the most systems of any ship. Oh no, sorry, not the most. It's tied with Bishop C. 11 systems. That is a beautiful sight. I know one of these systems might control, but still, it comes to level 3. How can you complain? Like, yes, the weapon system is an issue. Weak weapon system and only 2 slots. That's why it's down here. But shields with Zoltan Shield is already a pretty good defense, and you can use Iron Intruder to protect yourself even further. Excluding the obviously broken ships like Widow's Cruiser and Cell B. Anyways, yeah. And excluding Rhyme A as well, because that one's a bit weird. But that's besides the point. So, you can crew kill pretty easily early on, and even if you face a dangerous fight, you can use Ion Intruder to at least disable some things. That Ion Intruder is secretly underrated early on. It's also the reason why Ranius B is as high as it is. Otherwise, Ranius B would be a lot lower. Same thing with Monk A, this thing does help quite a lot. You can just if there's a bad fight, just don't take it. Just chuck the Ion Intruder into their weapons and stall until you get out. Yes, they fixed the door beep, so you can't just like instantly full Ion a system anymore. Yeah. I mean, Ion Intruder and Battle Drone, they do fall off later on, but hopefully by then you already have enough to upgrade your weapons and stuff. Because one thing about having shields and Zoltan shields means that you can actually focus on upgrading offense before upgrading shields. It's not that important to get a shield up as it is to fix your weak offense here. So that's one of the nice perks about this ship. Other than that, it's just okay. Underrated, but not by much, I guess. Next up, hang on. Ooh, we've got a whole lot of gunships coming out. Yeah, let's just do all of these at once, actually. Wait, no, that's Alpha Castro. Hang on. Okay. Vanilla Castro A, Alpha Castro, and MV Castro. I all put around the same tier. All interchangeable, up to you. I do feel like Alpha Castro is the weakest out of the three. Yeah, a lot of casual players hate Monk A. It's just weird, but it's not that bad. So I do think. Wait, hang on. Yeah, I do feel like I don't like Alpha Castro as much. Yes, because of hacking, right? Initially, I thought, well, maybe the shield buffer, high sensors, the extra engines makes it okay. But two things. Your shield system, it cannot be manned, and it's a 2-tile, meaning if any damage comes here, it's harder to throw everyone in there and fix it. And you can only put 2 people in there at once. And also hacking. Hacking's a big thing. Because over time, I found hacking a lot easier to get early on if you save your scrap right. So not being able to get hacking flat out is just bad. This ship exists because it's a throwback to the original Castro, the very first ship that the vanilla devs had for their alpha version. If they made it so you couldn't man doors with sensors as well, do you think it will go down a tier? Sensors, I don't care as much because it already has level 3 sensors. Doors could be an issue. But I don't think I would. Like, I think I would move it to the bottom of B-, but it's hard to put it below B- because of the weapon system. Like, there is no getting away from the fact that this is an insane combo. And that's also why Vanilla Castro A is up here. Very, very good weapons. So, honestly, same thing for MB Castro. I feel like MB Castro weapons are a little bit worse. Just a little bit, because Artemis Persuasion 2 is so goated. But the crew and systems are a bit better, along with having Advanced Navigator. So, my personal ranking is like MV Castro, then Vanilla Castro A, then Alpha Castro. That is true. The gun mounting on Alpha Castro, kind of weird, but yeah, that is the thing that exists. Alright. Yeah, I have literally not much to say about these ships. Just solid gunships, but nothing outstanding. Let's see. Drone sniping don't exist on no pause, I guess. It would be very hard if you wanted to try and drone snipe on no pause. drone sniping in real time. Oh, what do you mean the casual ace there? So yeah. Alright, next. Mechanic A, yeah. Again, it's just another decent gunship. Damn, dude. Oh, you mean the burst laser 3? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's weird. The multiverse one is actually the worst one. This is kind of weird. Alright, coming back to this ship. Tryon buff actually helped quite a lot, because now by the time Tryon reaches there, you probably have both shots of charge laser ready. So it just synergizes better instead of like previously Tryon was 13 seconds, so this thing had to wait beyond the 13 seconds to damage enemies. Whereas now you can just shoot that and then basically your whole offense is 2 seconds faster, no matter how you look at it. Which is nice compared to previous updates. Shield buffer is nice. Teleporter is a legit option because Guardians are insane. Nanite's gas is okay, I guess. But I mean, mechanics are always like they're a double-edged sword for sure. You can instant repair, but you also can't have prolonged repair. Yes, Guardians deal 2 system damage. It's kinda wild. The only problem is that they are more vulnerable to dying if you're not careful. But that's it. If you're good at managing your borders, having instant 2 system damage is crazy. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Mechanics are just there, as in... no, they don't just exist. They're definitely interesting. It's just that they have clear strengths and weaknesses, so they're not like blatantly OP. Whereas if you get squared system damage across your shield, then that's a bit of an issue because mechanics can't really deal with that. So, I mean, gun-wise, even though Tri-Ion got buffed, I think this is worse than the Kestrel's weapon-wise. But there are other things about the ship that make it on par with the Kestrels. How I ranked it was, I think you put Mechanic A below Vanilla Kestrel A and MV Kestrel, but above Alpha Kestrel. I think that's how I ranked it. But again, the difference is not significant. You can just move these in whichever order you like. It should not matter that much. Next. This is a weird ship. It's going to be Angel C. Now, Angel C is interesting because it's not bad for the sheer output of things you have. Is the gas not important? The gas is fine, but it's not game breaking, if you get what I mean. There are things that are just a lot better at keeping you alive. Like, yes, Mechanic A is pretty decent for anti-boarding just because the gas helps out. But at the same time, it's not that important, I would say, compared to something like we'll see here later on. Starting with a magnetic payload is a lot safer than starting with anti-boarding augments. Yeah, it also got indirectly nerfed because of the Lost Sun. Now, I think maybe I overrated this in the past because Shadow Weaponry was very sought after, being able to upgrade to Cloak 5. But at the same time, the offense is slow, but you have a level 3 cloak to protect it. So you always get to fire offense before they get to fire at you. And that's good. Right? Also, Pierce Torch got buffed from 22 seconds to 18 seconds over the course of like 2 different updates. Exclusive Replicator is insane when combined with 22 missiles. But above all, you are still gonna take some power damage before you get shields. And the question is, do you want to be selling these for shields? Shadow Weaponry, I think so, but Explosive Replicator, maybe not so much. So then you do not have that much sellables for shields. You do have Shadow Weapons, but not as much as you'd like, when you're taking a lot of power damage while waiting for the enemies to burn down. Yeah, Cloak 5 was ridiculous. Agree. Also, the level 4 weapon system is nice. So you can, like, if you swap off your fire weapon, you can slot in quite a healthy amount of good weapons into this. And yeah, Separatus is nice. Angel is nice, but yeah, that's it. You're taking a bit too much hull damage for my liking, that's why it's down here and not higher up. Okay, next is Vanilla Roxy. Vanilla Roxy. Mhm. Yeah, I do remember that. I think because crystals were a lot more broken in vanilla than they are here. But it's just overall, you've got two solid weapons. You've got Teleporter as a potential offensive branch. You can sell rock plating. You can also keep it if you want to like ram enemies. So I think it's just a ship that has options. That is what I would like to say. You can use Pegasus to support boarding. You can also use it to disable enemy systems early on. Venting is great. Very good point. Like, holy vents. Absolutely insane. And just console. They could have just moved it here. What subset? Why? All right, but yes, you can pair Crystal Heavy one for gunship. So you do have a lot of options, which is what I like about the ship. But at the same time, no bonus systems. So we can't put it that high. So upset. Yeah, that's a good one. Next one's MV Imperial. Pretty similar to MV to Vanilla Roxy that we just talked about. Yeah. Right. So once again, you have two weapons, two power for your offense. And yes, or one power Kome, that is true. Oh yeah, I remember. That's one of the things that made me feel a bit iffy about this. Hmm. I just like the two one power weapons a lot. They do these two combined. They actually do quite a bit. Oh, the music stopped. Hang on. Oh, I think we went through the whole thing. I've got to turn on loop. We went through all of the soundtrack. That's why. Okay, restarting. It's restarting at auto battle. Okay, moving on to MV Imperial. Very similar. Very, very similar. Now, Heavy Laser into here is not as bad because the Crystal Heavy one, when manned, it does tie with that. So you will always be able to shoot this at the same time they shoot a Heavy Laser. So it's not too bad. You can at least like trade them out. Also, Sentinel boarding is the new Crystal boarding from Vanilla. It's absolutely broken. Yeah. Weapons are good. These two weapons pair really well with any sort of shield breaker. So yeah, I mean, if you look at it, it's really just a better version of the Vanilla Crystal A. but it's so bland again, you know. I know boarding is a nice option to use the Sentinel. Bonus points to anything with an elite crystal gun. Fair enough, fair enough. Like, this is what PSB wishes it could be. Full red crystal loadout. Real. You know what else is full red? 3 crystal weapon, 3 elite crystal weapons, and 1 black tree. That is also red. Okay, but yeah, again, with most of these ships down here, it's like you can't put it too high. You don't have anything nice to start off with aside from good guns, good crew is good, but not good enough for high B, high A, S tier, whatnot. I can't even sell crystal armor on this, so tragic. And yeah, that's it. That's another gunship down. 3 more ships to go, 2 more gunships, 1 very weird ship. Okay. Alright, I think it's time to admit I did not put enough respect on MB Rebel 8 in the previous versions of this tier list. I think I had this as low as D tier before. And I was definitely wrong about that, because the offense is actually surprisingly robust. If you get shot in drones, that's fine, you've got weapons. If you get shot in weapons, that's fine, you have drones. So you have backup plan. And Halberd being buffed by 1 second as well is just nice, honestly. Yes, Halberd is slow, I kind of agree in this grand scheme of things. But overall, you do have a drone system. Yeah, it's insurance. If this just came with that, if this did not have a drone system, then yeah, probably E tier, D tier. But it does. So not only does it allow you to instantly use any Guardian drone you get, but you have 2 points of failure, so to speak. And also, if you don't like the Halberd, that's fine. You've got a level 4 weapon system, swap it out, swap the iron out, get some burst lasers in, and you're suddenly really set, right? And long range cannons help you avoid some of the dangerous beacons as well. Oh, if this ship had an efficient Halberd, that would be so nice. But yeah, let's see. I mean, yeah, that's it. So it's a decent boarding ship, but Halberd's a bit slow, and so it's not a boarding ship. It's a decent gunship. What am I saying? Decent gunship, but it does not have that many defensive measures or a fast offense. That's one of the reasons why it can't be higher. But I definitely have to do justice to this one this time and put it in the proper B- tier compared to before. I don't know why I put it so low in the past. I think I just saw Halberd and freaked out. But yeah. Now, second last ship here, it is going to be a Hector ship. If only we had the Hector music on right now, but that's fine. Hector C. And this ship is weird. You would think having this many missiles and explosive replicator would make a ship really good. But first of all, it's got a weird power shortage. And the missiles themselves are not that fast. So those are the 2 main reasons, which makes me wonder, like, is this that good? Even for an all-missile ship? Virtual Store, once again, is good for putting modules onto these 2, but after that you're better off just getting some normal missiles. I think putting hull bust onto this one is one of the best things you can do just to save your missiles, but you have this power shortage, and so you have a lot of things to spend scrap on, right? You want to be putting modules onto these things, you want to be fixing your reactor issue, because you can't even power both missiles unless you turn off both the engines and oxygen. And I find that a bit weird. The accuracy mod missile start, yes, definitely very good, considering you have 2 buffer points for this gun. So you're guaranteed to hit, by the way, 100% accuracy. You can't even miss an enemy with a kill. So yeah, overall it's just decent, you know, which would be surprising because normally when I see explosive replicator and 25 missiles, I would think it would be insane, but I feel like the power issue along with the missiles being, well, not the first one. The first one's good. The second missile is just kind of subpar compared to all of the other missiles in Multiverse until you put some modules onto it, but that requires scrap. So you have a lot of things to be spending scrap on. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm talking about like normal sectors. You can't miss an enemy with cloak. That's just kind of crazy. So okay, and yeah, I guess once again the same gunship curse of not having bonus systems, bonus defenses, and whatnot. Hector Virtual Store sells for a nice amount, but that's about it. So yeah, I think this should be fine for now. Maybe it deserves B tier. I'm not sure, but for now I will leave it here because I'm yet to see something truly outstanding. Yeah, just vent them, dude. Literally just. We do not care about our crew's lives. All that matters is having a full health bar. Sorry, one sec. I kind of lost my breath. I've been talking a lot. Okay. Alright, quick. I just did a quick little break. How many times have I gotten peace? Wait, what's this? Yeah, let's see. There'll be a nice break. Just to check. One. Two. Three. Four. Four times. I'm pretty sure I used the hat in all of them, so it's not that crazy. Okay. Yeah, sorry that's insane, I know. Alright, anyways, next. Oh, last ship in this tier actually. Monk C. It's a really weird ship, but it kind of works. So, you know what? Fair enough. Wait, have I dragged the ships up here? Wait, did I? Oh, I forgot to drag MV Rebel. Oops. Yeah, you are supposed to be like beaming a monk so their self-detonation damage is better. How be I probably, well, wait, these two both require no power. Yeah, like the defenses are good. That's why it's so high up. You got shields and Zoltan shields to buy you time while you do your funky um monk boarding, I guess. Suyari's kind of bad, honestly. For 2 power, it's really slow. CK with Suyari, yes. Yeah, I feel like you probably should use the boarding just to make things a bit faster. Conservative Iron, and if you miss Conservative Iron, then you're just waiting for another volley, which is kind of not good. Yo, yeah, it's not even convincingly good. It's just like it's got enough defenses and weird jank going for it that I think it works. You don't take horrendously long to kill enemies like Econoid B. So for that reason, I think it's okay, right? If this had like no, this can't have medbay. That doesn't make sense. I was thinking if this had like um the lab upgrade for monks to actually be able to fight, then that could be pretty good when you pair it with the monk stun. And also, if you can get a fire build, pairing it with a monk stun is really good. Like you can just stun enemies who are trying to fix the fire, and it delays them for quite a lot. But until then, it's like very awkwardly positioned. Alright, that's that. That's it from B minus, I believe. Yeah. Okay, B tier. What did I put in B tier already? Getting a Sector 1 free Mantis event. Oh yeah, for sure. Like getting something other than Monk Borders is definitely a big help. But I think also getting something better than Suyari is just more important in my opinion. But yeah. Alright. B tier. Oh, I put Dustbringer B here. Alright. So, Dustbringer B. Now, Dustbringer B I think was a bit poor last I checked. Yeah, okay, stealth. I know people hate stealth boarding for some reason. It's not even that bad, honestly. But here, I think the main issue is that compared to the other Zoltan ships, you strangely lack a lot of defenses. This steel plating is not even that good as a replacement for shields or curl. And you don't have shields, you don't have curl, you don't have an energy shield. And bomb is good, but you have a weak weapon system. Boarding is good, but otherwise you're poor. So it's like a bunch of things that are good, but also you have some drawbacks. So I can't put this that high, even though Sector 1 and maybe even Sector 2 are quite free because you can just basically insta-kill any enemy ship. Combine all of these together. The worst part of the ship is the Renegade route. That's real. That is so true. But yeah. There are just other boarding ships that do it better. So, or I would say not necessarily do it better because one-shotting enemy crew in Sector 1 or 2 is kind of crazy. But just the fact that those other ships are better stocked, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. Yes, it can kill 100 health enemies instantly, that's very nice. Alright. So let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, this one. It is time to talk about Out Paladin, and I have put it in B tier for now. I don't know how to feel about this ship right now, honestly. Because I played with it in playtest after the rework, and it did not feel bad, in a sense. But it's undeniably much worse than before. Because now, this armor, it no longer protects you from 100% of hull damage, which very obviously means it would fall off. And now it's the armor itself is not that great, I would say. Like, because incoming projectiles that deal 2 or less damage have a 50% chance to be negated. Now, here's the thing: 90% of weapons in Multiverse, or weapons that enemies shoot at you, is between 1 and 2 damage. The rare 3 damage comes from missiles or yeah, I think it's actually mostly missiles, maybe the random pinpoint occasionally. But other than that, most enemy weapons deal 1 or 2 damage per projectile. And in that sense, this ship has basically the same armor as Cartagena Sea, where it's just a 50% resist chance. That's not great. But one thing I will say, this resistance is a bit different from Cartagena Sea. Cartagena Sea resists system damage. Here, if you roll that 50% chance, it even negates system damage. So there's 50% chance you don't take any hull or system damage, which just makes it better than Cartagena Sea's one, especially considering, this one doesn't have the repair nerf. How do you lose your ship unnerf? By killing your by crew kill. That's the only way. Like, if you run into an enemy ship that beats up your oxygen and the rest of your system so badly, like a Sector 2 Leech Renegade that has combat drones, that can mess you up pretty badly. Apart from that, you're pretty much invincible. But coming back to the ship, in present day, the weapon and drone are very good, and it's one of the reasons why the ship is not lower, because starting with no shields, no cloak is typically really bad. But between Divine Armor being okay at preventing hull and system damage, and these two saving you from a lot of stickier or tougher weapons, and your boarding crew being able to just, while slow, you can basically brute force through a lot of enemies, even through sectors 4, 5, 6. All those kind of just make it acceptable that this does not have shields or cloak anymore. Yes, they only do 1 damage. That's not good for sure. But you have a crystal. You can bring the crystal in and sabotage systems, and if necessary, you do not have to worry about your boarding too much, in the sense that you can focus on spending your scrap elsewhere. Whereas some ships like Monk Sea, for example, they need to actually worry about their boarding being or falling off over time. Yeah. So I am still a bit apprehensive about this. The fact that you have no shields and no cloak is kind of insane, along with system flatline except drones. Weak weapon system as well is not great. So we will see. Maybe this could be lower, but at the same time, it does not feel too bad to play, even after the rework. Alright, next ship. Oh, let's finally talk about out MF. No, sorry, not out MFK. No, sorry. That ship is a lot higher. We got it mixed up. MFKC. It's fun for sure, because you've got like 4 super elites, and you basically can never get it on any other ship. However, it is also horrendously poor. Now, the difference between this ship and something like Cartagena E is that these guys actually will carry you multiple sectors. You can't say the same for Cartagena B. Right? You also have sellables. 2 weapon slot is not ideal. Who do you leave on the ship? Yes, I leave the Paladin on. And also, you can use the Knight trick to instantly disable one system, or one weapon at least, whereby you vent them to be below 50% health and then board and immediately pop the stun bomb to deal 1 ion damage. Yeah. So between that and these 2 guys just being like straight up insane for fighting crew, that you have a very good boarding party. The main problem is definitely how poor this is compared to the other ships, but even compared to something like Free Mantis A, this has a uncanny ability to just absolutely brute force through a lot of things. That's what happens when you get 4 super elites, right? Fronted. Oh yeah, yes, the layout is not good. the distance between cloak and engines is whole donut. It's a whole circle. So yeah, that's not very fun to deal with, but you know, overall it's fine. Samples to fund your weapons, nice. Or to fund shield, that's also nice. 3 reactor is not good, but you have backup battery, so it kind of counters it out a bit. Yeah, MFK is incredible. Absolutely goated. Alright. Shield recharge booster without shield. Yeah, I think that's just... Yeah, that's a pretty funny thing to see. Like, you're probably gonna sell this to get shields in the first place, so... Rip shield charge, I guess. Alright. Angel damage multiplicative. So, they have this range damage multiplier, which means that if they're fighting in range, they deal 1.7 times 1.3. I think that means they deal more damage than MFKs, which is kind of nice. They're pretty lethal at range. But then of course they do fall off a bit once there are more enemy crew. I guess the main benefit of these guys is that compared to MFK Ace, they're even more resistant to hazards. Otherwise I would prefer MFK Ace. Wait, did the music end? Oh no, it's just transitioning soundtrack. Alright, next is a unique crew cruiser. It's going to be this. What is this? Devrock and Anurag. Here it is. Okay. Yes, Angel is only good early on when there are not enough enemies to like swarm them, I guess. That's how I would put it. Yeah, so the thing about this ship is that it's basically the Zoltan racism cruiser because of this augment. Though you have a Zoltan shield, but you don't have cloak or shield, and you have a severe power issue. And your weapon's okay, I guess, and you can board, but the boarding is restricted to Duskbringers only. I don't think even normal Zoltans can go over, much less any other crew. So yes, you technically do have 3 teleporters and augment, but it's only for Duskbringers, of which you start with 4, so you can use all of them. But at the same time, it's like... Wait, I don't even know whether Anurag can board. But anyways, you probably shouldn't be boarding with him, so that's fine. Wait, let me see. I forgot what his stats are. Oh yeah. Oh, he can break doors. That's kind of crazy. Wow. I guess you can use soup to just buff all of them. Yeah, it's like, if you have a Zoltan, just nuke the power. Yes, definitely. I think this one clone B angle kind of makes sense because that actually reduces the time you need to crew kill. Because if you have the ability to not only deal extra damage in combat, and you also have the ability to explode them and revive them with a clone bay, then you can like use them to kill the first wave faster and then use the ability to clean up the final waves, which just means you have less exposure to damage while doing that. But again, like, definitely the main issue with the ship is the scrap. The boarding is fine. Regardless of whether you get teleporter or clone bay or not, the boarding is good enough because of the Zoltan racism augment. The main issue is you need to spend scrap on shields on the reactor and on upgrading your targeted system damage. Yeah, you do not accidentally request these abilities before you get Clone Bay. That would be disastrous. Alright, that is this ship. Ooh, let's see. Yes, he deals more damage in melee combat, so keep that in mind, guys. Alright, next is Orchid B. Orchid B. Also another ship that got nerfed by the, the Solar Kernel nerf. It's okay. I think as a gunship, it's got better potential than some of the others we've talked about so far. Just, I mean, 14 seconds is not too bad when you have two and a 2-bar buffer for one of them. So, and also Kernel Greenhouse, that's like kind of broken in every single way. So, the thing is, you do have more offensive options than some other ships. Like some other ships, they're kind of forced to rely on Partisan and ignore the Solar Kernel eventually because they can't just spam out missiles. That's not a thing on the ship. You can just throw out missiles even if you like get a not so good missile weapon, you can still use it because Kernel Greenhouse is just that good. He has a 0.5x damage in range combat. Oh no, they do that because in game they don't have a, or at least in the code they don't have a way of differentiating between melee and range damage. They only have a way of differentiating total damage and range damage. That's why when you see the code, it says damage multiplier 2x. That automatically multiplies all of his damage by 2, melee and range. So they have to explicitly apply another multiplier to range damage to tone it back down to 1. So 2 times 0.5 is 1. That's why you see that. Because there's no such thing called melee damage multiplier, it's just damage multiplier, which affects both melee and range. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, main reason this ship is better than the other gunships we've talked about so far is the more buffer for the weapons, and Partisan is guaranteed system damage and Kernel Greenhouse. So when you get shields, you are pretty much set. Just get shields and find some ballistics to play along, you're fine. I agree. It's basically a meh version of Stealth C, and you will see Stealth C is a lot higher, I think. Alright, next up, Horse Cruiser. Well, Econoid C. Horse C, Econoid C, whichever way you want to call it. Okay, so like the augment is kind of good, but kind of don't really care too much at the same time. I know the antibody is insane. Like this is only like 33% weaker than radiant gas, which is, oh no, sorry, not radiant gas, botulinum gas on radiant cruiser. It still does 12 damage per second to all crew. That's a nice thing. I think it even does damage to drones, so that's good. Um, the not so nice things about the ship is, first of all, double defense razor is not good for disabling systems. Stables is okay, but now you have two augments. Auto cruiser type D, that is true. And like ponies are just okay. Yeah, 4 of them are good early on, but they fall off later on. So your body party does tend to fall off around sector 4. Take another basic laser. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine being able to do that. And outside of the automation, your repair capabilities are pretty bad. You combine these two tamed Econoids, you only have about 20% faster repair speed than a single Mantis. Yeah, they're just straight up worse than normal Mantis in repair and combat damage. The only benefit is like they can put out fires faster, but I'm pretty sure the storyteller also puts out fires. Quicker repair speed just puts out fires. Yeah, there we go. So even that repair spec is not needed. So you've got an okay boarding party that does well early on. It like basically curb stomps Sector 1, but after that it just loses to a lot of Sector 4 things. And yeah, your weapons are not great for disabling offense. Even against the exit elite, you can't disable their offense, which is kind of an issue. So yeah, you could let one of them board, and then you kill that guy, and then you board into shields, into shield bait. But beyond that, it's just decent but not amazing offense overall. Decent but not amazing offense overall. That's why it's here. 6-tile TP is fun, but more often than not, 4-tile is already more than enough. That's my thought on it. Especially when the only borders you have are horses, so it's just okay, I guess. Because there's only, I think, in normal runs, the only enemy that has a 6-tile room is like the Multiverse flagship with the engines room, and that's it. Every other room you'll be boarding 2 guys outside, and those 2 guys are not even as good as Mantis at fighting, so it's just okay. Alright. Oh, that is true. A lot of ME Rebels have 6-tiles. Whoops, I forgot about those. Yeah, I think all their engines are just massive for some reason. Next up is Knighted B. Knighted B. Okay, on paper, this looks like a fantastic gunship. Because you combine this with mind control, you're pretty much guaranteed to hit these. So, you like, if we ignore the fact that this ship has 15 hull, it would be good. But we can't ignore that. So, when you only have 1 shield and your weapons take 14 seconds to charge, 15 hull is kind of dicey to be playing with. Yeah, look, it's definitely not bad. I'd consider it pretty decent, especially the offense, but the issue is in defense. So, yeah, I think that's legit all I have to say about the ship. It's like, if you took one of the other gunships in B- tier, you increase the offense even more, but you decrease the defense by nuking it to 15 hull instead of 30. Alright. That's that. Next is Ember B, one of the I guess not. I wouldn't say it's a bad boarding ship. In fact, it's definitely getting up there. Like, we're getting to the range of a whole bunch of decent boarding ships now. It's just that I think compared to the other boarding ships, they don't have a weak weapon system, so those are kind of just better. Yes, being able to like how the ship description says, can't see the fire spread, but you can just use mind control. Yeah, I know that's a bit weird that they thought to mention that in there, because you can also see the animation of crew putting out fires by looking at using the slug's internal lifeform scanner. So yeah. Recon TP, I would say it's not that big of a priority. It's definitely nice, yes, but probably it's a mid-game upgrade. Early on, you need to fix the fact that your weapons are weak and you need better systems. Yeah, better starting systems or better weapons, I guess that would be nice. Though I guess that would make it a bit... Maybe one more starting system like mind control would be nice, but even Type A already has that. Because if we upgrade weapons, if they buffed weapons on this ship, then it will be a straight upgrade to Cultist, to Ember C, and for what's what, Ember B isn't even that bad. Like, these 2 borders are pretty good. is just a bit poorer compared to the other body ships, which is why it's down here. Rock plating's fine, can ram enemies, but yeah, I mean, at the start, I'm pretty sure these guys kill Mantis. It's kind of crazy because of the damage boost and damage reduction. So, yeah, it just needs a little bit more to be better. But next is going to be pretty similar ship actually. Imperial B. Yet again, it's like, it could be a bit richer to be higher up, you know? Okay, starting with a weak weapon system is not good at all. But at the same time, your boarding, just like Ember B, your boarding is actually kind of good because you get 2 crystals and a 4-tower teleporter, so you kind of can get systems down. Okay, let me try to find it. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, this used to have a different offering. That was kind of, but now it's better. So you know, just a little bit better. We like that. But I don't think I have much else to say about this ship because it's literally almost the same thing as Ember's B, whereby good borders. I wish the weapon system was a bit stronger. That's it. No airlocks is a bit of a weird thing as well. That technically means like it's a bit worse off, but at the same time, crystal borders I would say are better than counters because when you have 2 of them, you can damage quite a lot of a system. Yeah, crystal boarding with the lab, I kind of see that, but the lab's also a bit expensive when I need to be spending scrap on fixing my weapons and getting more systems. Real. Okay, oh that's so valid. Not having airlocks is not nice. So yeah. Ooh, sodium C. Why they switch ships? Switch pages, I mean. Alright. Let me find it. So. Okay, sodium C. Yeah, this is like if what was it called? If Elite Radius was done right, because you do not start that horribly poor compared to that. The only poor thing is that you do not have a weapon and a weak weapon system, but you do have like, you have actual subsystems, you have drone control. Sword plating is nice, you have Orbin, which is good against borders, good fight enemies crew as well. Yeah, 100% immunity, just also another nice perk. Not insane, but you know, hard counters the Reach Renegade, which we love to see. Steven Universe ship. Can kind of see that. Yeah. Like, I think you can do shield bait as well. Because Orbin has like 250 health, which is insane. You can use Orbin to tank and shields while the other 2 go and sabotage weapons, so that alleviates your lack of a weapon. Though you still want a weapon pretty soon, and ultimately scrap arms are nice, but at the same time they're kind of compensating for your weak weapon system. So it's like they're not compensating for a lack of good things. Like on Elite Rainier Cruiser, you're trying to fix a horribly broken ship. On here, you're compensating for something that would otherwise make you a pretty on par ship with other boarding ships. So it's definitely much better than the Elite Rainier ship, but at the same time, it's still not a total bonus, if you get what I mean. You can heal the Phantom by salting it. Okay. No, that makes so much sense. Yeah, normally if you're bored with those, you can't actually heal them, but now you can. Okay, next one. Oh, we've got 2 cruisers in a row. Let's see. Ah, Alcom's cruiser. I think it should be obvious why this is low. Can we look at the systems? Can we please take a look at the systems and tell me what is wrong with those? This whole, why is this guy broke? What? Where did your war plans go? Did this guy just like spend all his funds on the revolution and forget to upgrade his own ship? But for what it's worth, having 3 leeches means you basically can't get countered by mind control because you can do something either way. And Alcom definitely helps these leeches to scale better in the late game. And also he's good for any sort of stun strategy, any sort of like parasite, the parasite upgrade strat. It's definitely just the lack of shields and cloak, and something else. Just stun bomb is good. Like I said earlier on when I was talking about iron bomb, it's a very good save your butt kind of weapon. If you get fired, that system is going off a lot. But you need something else, you know. Where's your other system damage? Where's your augments? Where's your systems? If you have any sort of leech body, you don't need weapons. I feel like that's only true for some leech ships, the really bad ones I mean. The good ones actually do have better systems and better weapons. Like, I mean, we'll talk about this eventually, but the Type C for both leech ships are kind of insane. Huge boarding hacking. Wait, no, not this one. Yeah, cloak hack boarding weapons. So it's really just like a couple of leech ships that are specifically bad for some reason. Yes, I know, we all love to dunk on this ship. I'm glad to see more hate of this ship. So, yeah. Wait, where were we? We were at Alcoms. Okay, no, I think this is fairly self-explanatory. And also, Alcom himself is decent. It's a reach border, but not as hard carry as Tyradil. So this, because Tyradil can actually nuke an entire system at any point in the game. So that means just having him by default, it just gives you more options for late game offense, really. And overall, it also helps keep you safer in Sector 1, along with the fact that the 3 leeches here are just better than the leeches on Alcom ship in general. That's why Tyradil's cruiser is higher than Alcom's, even though they both lack shields and cloak. Alright, oh yeah, wait, no, we've got another cruiser get down. Crazy Horse cruiser. Ellie and Stephen, actually. Alright. Yeah, this ship is like, the boarding is extremely powerful, but also extremely unstable. And it's mostly the fact that you do not have a reliable way of dealing system damage. Because like your boarding is so strong that you can kind of just overwhelm any enemy. You have like 3.5x attack speed with 1.5x damage with co-op juice that increases your damage by 75%. So I'm pretty sure Ellie's like a better solo boarder than like Cars or something like that. Yeah, co-op juice is crazy. Wait, does it buff sabotage? No, it doesn't. Okay, I think if it buffs sabotage, I will put this a bit higher, but it does not. Okay. Let's see. No, I don't think co-op juice stacks. I think I tried to do that on this ship. It doesn't. I'm pretty sure I tried to get co-op juice. Wait, actually, wait, can I? Oh, sorry for the beep again. Wait, can you? Wait, hang on. Maybe they changed it. 'Cause I swear you couldn't stack it before. I want to see what happens. Sorry, the beep again. Wait, let's see. One stab dealt anywhere from 21 to 28 damage. And one stab is like 1.5x. So okay, the normal range is 3 to 7. The lower bound is like if we multiply the lower bound by 1.5 and multiply again by 1.7, the lower bound is 7.87. The upper bound is like oh, okay, no, so you are right, you can stack these. Wait, unless, hang on. Wait, let me try something. I want to see if you can, like, what happens if you, maybe the only reason you can do it is because you let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe the reason you can stack these is because I consoled it in. Maybe if you get it from the event, they won't let you. So yeah, I mean these two definitely should not stack. Only reason they're existing right here is because I consoled one in. Wait, I don't want to check the files right now because I'm worried my laptop might lag from having too many things open. Yeah, we can test that for sure. Okay, while we do that, let me get ready the next few shapes. Because Ares, I've explained already, it's lack of system damage. Ares is a bit uncontrollable at sometimes, but apart from that, you've got a very strong motor. You just need more system damage to justify moving it high, it appears. Ares too good. Wait, an ace crap, yeah, good point. No, it can't stack. Oh, that's tragic. His sad day, because I was pretty sure I did this. I tried to do this, but we couldn't. And I was just so sad that you couldn't do it. Well, at least you can pair it with synthesized pheromones, which you can get from hunting ground, so there's that. Alright, anyways, next ship. Ooh, Scientist A. Yeah, I think Scientist A is better than the other Scientist ships just by virtue of having a slightly better starting offense. Though, again, I wonder if I put it a bit too high for something that does not scale that well. So, reach random music, pretty opportune. Yeah, the system levels are pretty good, honestly. Shield buffer, 3 bars in weapons with 2 buffer points for the dirk. Pretty good. Nice rule options, I guess. Decent augment. Again, the same issue is that the weapons do not scale that well. As in, they're good at the start, but having 3 slots and no extra offensive option is a bit questionable, I have to say. So I did wonder a bit at like me putting this higher than the other um gunships like MV Kestrel, because this is also basically a gunship, except it starts off a little bit better with the shield buffer with the gas and all that. But yeah, the because scaling your offense is something I talk about a decent amount, whereby you do need to be able to have a way to upgrade your offense safely, you know, not something like hoping and begging for flag 3 to drop in your lap. That's just unrealistic. So I feel like I've talked myself into moving this down the B tier, but overall it's still quite solid, I would say. Just having these two to disable systems early on is good. And your other perks as well, like the gas is very nice for anti-boarding. Alright, that is this ship. Next is, another glow up. Another pretty big glow up, I would say. Bishop B, jumping from borderline E tier into, maybe, this is probably my hot take of the day. I think Bishop B is as good as B tier now. Maybe a bit controversial, I don't know what you guys think. But, yes, this foul shirt buff, holy, it did so much work, because now you do not have to worry about offense anymore. You can actually upgrade shields first things first, and after that you are really, really set. If you replace the light laser 2 with a burst laser, for example, it supports the foul cut really well. Yes. And yeah, the one main problem about this beam is the cooldown, but if you have shields and cloak, that's not big of an issue. And you have a defender to help fix things, and decent anti-borders as well. Shadow weapons is nice, I guess that helps you to hit level 2 weapons that much earlier, but yeah. I don't really have much else to say about the ship. It's like a really good gunship that while the weapons are individually not as good as the other gunships, the fact that it can quickly get shields and cloak definitely pushes the ship up quite a bit. And it's a level 2 cloak, not even level 1 cloak. So yeah, it's a very nice glow up. I was just wondering whether it deserved to be this high, but I think it does. So I couldn't really find a reason to put it much lower once this thing can deal with 1 and 2 huge ships so effectively now. Because like by the time you face 2 shield ships, you should probably already have your shields upgraded. You don't even need a store for this one. You just need to have 100 scrap on hand, and then you can get it. So yeah, very consistent upgrade path for shields and just nice offense. Yes, defender is very nice to have on the ship. Probably C, honestly, because the weapons are really good in itself. I wouldn't drop it down 2 tiers just because of the defender. Okay, double vanilla plus MV combination coming again. Vanilla Mantis A, MV Mantis A. I think this is very similar. These 2 ships, I mean. Okay. Wait, where's my thing? Alright, here. So, each of these ships have their own advantages. I think the difference is a bit closer now since Dirk got nerfed. Before that, I would prefer the MV version much more. Now, I think I still do prefer MV's Mantis A because I can use both weapons at once, and the 4-tower teleporter is nicer. But on the other hand, if we look at vanilla Mantis A, you can sell Pheromone Dispersal and bomb charges faster. Those are the 2 main things. So, would you prefer a faster bomb and the ability to sell your augment for 30 scrap? Or would you prefer better weapons and a 4-tower teleporter? So it's very close. That's why I just put them on the same tier, because honestly, no matter which way you put it, I would be fine with it. They're close enough that it doesn't matter too much. Both also have an NG for repairs, so it's like not like one has a significant repair advantage over the other. Yeah, that is this ship, and I think it is. Let me check the tier list. Oh yeah, so this B tier, this is the tier that has like a ton of just decent boarding ships, but not broken boarding ships. So I'm just gonna drag a whole bunch of ships in here and just talk about them all at once. So bear with me for a second here. Peacekeeping A. Sorry, hit the key again. Damn. I should have turned it off. Whoops. Alright. Mantis C. Multiverse. The Praetor Cruiser. Vanilla Mantis C. Web A. MFKB. Coalition B. Caretaker C. Coalition A. Spider Hunter B. And Outcast C. Okay. Yes. So, did I see Cooper's Coalition B flagship? I think he may have shown it to me. I forgot which was the exact design though. Okay. So, we have a lot of ships to talk about here. Like, just all these in a row. But yeah, these are very similar to each other in the sense that they're like the decent boarding ships, decent boarding party with a single decent weapon to disable enemy systems, and well, apart from that, they're not as outstanding. Well, so let's start with. I'm not going to spend too much time explaining each of these because conceptually they're pretty similar. We each of them have their own weaknesses and strengths. Okay. Let's see. Vampire A is most hated, 100%. I don't know why I get so much hate. I don't get it. I'll talk about Vampire A when I get to it. So, yeah, a way of generic boring boarding ships, but they work, so they're fine. They're up here in B tier. Alright. Here, clear problem, no shields, no cloak, but you do have Zoltan's shield, so, you know, it does protect you for a bit. Weirdly, you can't use both weapons at the same time, but Reach Bomb carries you anyways. And the main nice part is the centralized teleporter, being able to send your entire crew over at once. This is the only remnant of level 4 teleporter here. True, maybe a tutorial for the TP button. But aside from that, it's fine, you know. Your boarding crew can basically insta-kill boarders immediately, and when you get other boarders, you can just add them onto your boarding party for no additional cost, no teleporter or anything. The only thing is that when they go there, they are gonna either die or last until the end of the fight. That's it. Yes, Peacekeeper help. That effect helps a lot. You pair it with Deborah, you can get a near instant system disabling, which is nice. Kobe upgrade. Yep, for sure. Next up is Hive C. So weak weapon system is a clear issue, but pre-torch is insane. You can burn a system down in as early as 4 to 5 seconds, which is a lot faster than any other weapon can do, unless it's a purely broken weapon. Boarding party is fine. Fireflies is okay. Yeah, it's hard carried by pre-torch. That's basically what I'm saying. So no, I mean firebombs just kind of exists. You can sell it for something else once you get something that can power your weapons to run pre-torch. Yeah. But aside from that, you are a lot more vulnerable to any sort of stray auto ship that you may find in Sector 2, which admittedly are not that common, but if they do happen, then you're not as equipped to deal with them. You have to sacrifice the goal to go and check things down eventually, and hope your clone bait doesn't get shot in the process. But yeah. Yeah, I guess so, but like, if it was just Firebomb without pre-torch, then this ship would still not be that good. The main reason it's good is because the pre-torch can actually like help you get things done a lot quicker. So yeah, next up, it is going to be okay. What was it? No, it was the Elite Orchid Cruiser, right? It's poor. Again, this is a good weapon, don't get me wrong. 12 missiles in Colonel Greenhouse, it'll last a while. 2 Predators, pretty decent boarding party. Like not the fastest, but they're pretty hard to kill. But at the same time, it's poor. I mean, I don't get it. At the same time, I wish it was not so poor. You can't even have enough power to run like everything including oxygen, which is I know it's a orchid ship, but that's still weird. You only have 5 power and a weak weapon system, so you can't even upgrade weapons that efficiently. But like everything you start with, it does the job fine. So like it's not even that bad. It's fine. Yeah, medicals and oxygen are both capped to level 1. Yeah, oxygen is less relevant. Med Bay being stuck at level 1, same with Clone Bay, means that you can't get backup DNA, which can be an issue sometimes, but other times I think it's not too bad. Yeah, I think main issue is definitely a weak starting weapon, so the scrap you gain from cool killing is compensating for your poor start. Yes, it's still okay. The old chieftain ship was like pretty insane from what I remember. Anyways, after that we have Vanilla Mantis C. I think this also got a very nice glow up because the weapons are a lot better now. Stun Bomb just instantly nukes the system, and Lockdown Bomb is just nice. You know, 1 system damage, cool. It'll help you get things done. Shut off that random drone in Sector 1 is extremely annoying, and overlook the room in the process. Yes, Stun Bomb, it jumped. It absolutely jumped. Yeah, both bombs are actually good now. That's the thing. Not worthy of picking up at every store, but to start off with, pretty nice. So the weapons are just good for defensive purposes. The augments is sellable, I would say. Yeah, between that and weapons being kind of worth using, I think this is just better than the Type A, which is kind of cool because I think Type A used to be a lot better in vanilla, but those are old times. So you can get a starting human on non-extreme. Yeah, true, true. You can. Okay, next ship is. Oh, it's time to talk about Confederate A. Okay, okay. Why is this ship so hated? I don't get it. Like, you have boarding. Yes, it's not insane, but not all boarding has to be insane. You still win human-to-human interactions. You and with proper like support from the spell from the weapon, you probably are just fine. When we A compared to Kalaharian A, I guess that's valid. Like, but this is different, okay? Not everything has to be super strong. It's fine. You've got something damage systems. Mhm. Constructor drone, which is good for anti-spirals. You can make your weapon charge faster, or actually manual piloting. That's also nice. You've got a bit of anti-boarding help. You've got 7 systems. Like the main downside is that you don't have doors, and 2 crew is not the best place to be when you're boarding. But you have system damage. You have anti-spiral. You have crew kills. It can't be that bad. It's not. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of having A is a little dark upgrade. I think that makes sense. Yeah. Like people see this worse. It's the same argument as we talked about MVNG. MVNG is not that bad. It's the worship of page 1, which makes it look bad. It's not flashy. That's fair. Okay, but this aside, we have MFKB. I don't really like playing this ship because it feels like I have to vent my guy every single jump or have to use the stimulant bomb. Like, I get that we're supposed to try and use these bombs to support the MFKAs, but like, I'd rather not use those bombs and save my missiles, you know? If the vampires had Glacier to support the crew and Card A had a producer instead, more balanced. More balanced in terms of like offensive power, but then Card A also has Colonel 1 and what else does it have? Card A then would also have like the Constructor drone if we did that swap. It's that nice, Jinx. Yes, I do. So, I mean, on the topic of swapping the drones for the Kalaharian A and Vampire A, I don't buy it that much because the Constructor is actually pretty good. So ultimately, Kalaharian A will still be better. But I guess for the general feeling, it would be nicer to have something to support the 2 Vampire borders. So I can see that. Yes, a lot of syllables, that's why this is high. It gives you 1 buffer for the Pierce, or you can get a 1 power laser weapon to support Pierce, which is nice. The boarding is definitely the iffy part about this. It's like having a solo MFK is not good enough, no matter how crazy they are. Next is, but I mean, like, worst case scenario, just use the bombs. You know, if you need to get something done, just get it done. Let's see. Yeah, crew size is a bit annoying, but not too bad. Alright. Next up we have Coalition B. So, no shield, no cloak is the clear weakness of the ship. But you have very good borders. Like, you have 2 system disablers, you have 2 that are good at crew killing, you have synthesized pheromones, so everything kind of just works, honestly. Good borders, and 2 borders can compensate for the lack of shields and cloak. And also it has a level 2 weapon system, so it's actually like, the energy 1 is not that crippling because they don't cripple you to a level 1 weapon system. So that's nice. Charcoal Ocean. Oh, that's a peak name. That's so good. next we have, yeah, for sure. The only problem is lack of shield and cloak. If you had one of those, it should probably be like A tier. Caretaker C. Right. A very run-of-the-mill boarding ship. Heavy Colonel got nerfed, which is a bit tragic, but you still have the Ranger to help disable systems. So, apart from that, very standard. Old Heavy is kind of useless. The augments exist, I guess you could sell them, but they're not mandatory. And yeah, standard boarding ship, nothing else to say. You have some way to disable systems, you have another way to disable systems, you have boarding, but nothing else special. Augments are like something that exists, and your systems are just okay. Yeah, that's true. When caretakers had suffocation immunity, that was nice. Coalition A is next. Also very standard. It's like, instead of having the Zoltan shield on Coalition B, it's got Cloak instead, and it's got Nyx. Now Nyx scales better than what's the other weapon? Energy one for sure. You have a Leech to help disable systems as well, but then again, it's just bland otherwise. Yeah, Nyx is also one of the more mediocre missile weapons compared to something like Pegasus. I'm not sure whether you put Coalition B or Coalition A above, but like Coalition B is a bit more, I don't know, because both have a way to disable systems and both have decent borders otherwise. And yeah, they're just very similar. Like just look at this. Their system levels are basically identical. You just trade the cloak for sensors and Zoltan shield. Yeah, no, I can see that. One level 1 engine unreliable cloak. Yeah, that's fair. I think like this whole room, no matter which way you switch it around, I don't really care. All these are pretty similar, so we'll just leave it like this one. I'll put Coalition B on top. Okay. Next up we have, where is it? Oh, I think I missed the ship in here. It's the disco ship. Yeah, this one. Yes, so this one has level 3 cloak, which is kind of insane when considering you have you have a Salvatore to help disable systems as well. The Ion's just like there. It's just a reskin of what was it? It's a reskin of Phaser 1. Okay, Will. This is sick. Yeah, this is fantastic. But yeah, ship-wise, level 3 cloak is kind of insane to start off with, and that kind of compensates for the fact that the rest of the ship is kind of mid. Even at least Disco Phaser can disable something, so that's like a net positive at least. And the phaser. Okay. Ah, I see. Yeah, it just lights a rainbow color. That's nice. Okay, well, we've already got any weapons. Never mind. Hmm. Alright. Yeah, that's it. This should be just hard carried by level 2 Cook. Let's move on to Spider Hunter B. It's got that same single pierce heavy issue, but you actually have boarding this time, so you can do something even while just waiting for this to be. Even if this misses, I mean, you have boarding to compensate. Yeah, 'cause I feel like you should not be keeping the morphs in hatchling form. They're just so vulnerable that way. Unless you're boarding with queen as well, I guess. Yeah, that is true. You're basically playing. It's a morph ship. It's not like Spider Hunter A where you just bomb rush everything. But I guess because to unlock Spider Hunter B, you need to play Spider Hunter A, and the Spider Hunter A boarding offense is just bomb rush enemies and just win. So Spider Hunter B looks not as good in comparison, but still, it's fine. Like decent boarding, just okay weapons. So it falls under the same tier. Needs a bit more to be outstanding. No bonus systems and only respirators to sell. Okay. And I think the final ship in this long streak is going to be Outcast C. Alright. I just realized I need to pick up the pace a little bit. So let's see. Okay, Outcast C. Outcast C. No medical is a bit awkward. Ares is like a very. It's basically like what was the other ship? Union B. It's got the exact same weapon. It's just that the boarding is better, so it's higher up. That's about it. Actually good outcast ship. Yes, exactly. So that's funny, right? We just talked about a ship that was pretty similar to Union A. Now we talk about a ship that's pretty similar to Union B. Yeah, batteries small bonus, compensate for the low reactor. Reconstructed teleporter is fine. But yeah, at least the borders you are a bit more stronger than Union B's borders. So overall, it's better. That's why it's higher up. And rock creating to ram enemies as well. That's a cool bonus. It's not that critical, but it's cool. Okay, so yeah, we've just sludged through a whole bunch of average boarding ships. Now let's talk about another boarding ship, but this is new. New to the family, we've got, well, Engineer B. Rising up out of E tier or D tier. I think it was D tier. Out of D tier into B tier. Nice glow up as well. But yeah, I think it deserves it. It got one of the biggest weakness of having a bad weapon system, and they just fixed that by giving it an upgraded weapon system. They upgraded it from level 1 to level 2, and they also gave it a defense razor. On top of that, I think they also gave it a shield buffer, so it's just three very nice buffs in general. Yes, it's that's a good one. It's actually we're going up. So actually it makes sense. Like both engineer A and engineer B are going up. So hell yes. Hmm. Wait, it had. Oh, that sounds horrible. I was not around for that. So you're telling me this got buffed 2 times to even get something close to this? I mean, I'm glad for it because it did need it after all this time. the borders are not that great, but you put a doctor drone in there and they're doing fine. You can actually disable systems now, and that's great. The only problem is you don't have a medical system, so you are relying on the doctor drones a lot. But apart from that, pretty good. No other complaints about this. It's just standard. It does need a bit more punch to be higher than this tier. Yeah, the shield buffer was added pretty recently, I'm pretty sure. Like, just this last update, along with the defense razor. Yeah, the old one sounds horrible. It didn't even have a soldier. That's sad. Okay, 3 more ships in B tier. We are gonna start off with Dynasty A. The better version of Fat Auto B in my opinion, because you're not as vulnerable to borders, your own crew can hold their own, and you've got level 2 cloak. Because normally burst 3 is not good, but this time, one, it has a shield buff, it has 1 buffer, and because of that, that 1 buffer is very significant because if a drone aims at your weapons, you can ignore it or you can cloak it. And the fact that you can have a level 2 cloak means you will always beat Sector 1 heavy lasers. And that 1 buffer point means that even if you get hit once in there by a drone, you can still fire the burst tree. So that is very important. Now, I think this one got a little bit worse in the sense that you non-pop is not as easy of a free win path anymore. But the gunship option is still pretty good. And not to say that you can't do both boarding. You can, it's just not as easy to set up. So you'd still have that option, just not as easy. Yeah, you get shields, and once you get shields, just like Fat Auto B, you have a pretty comfortable setup when you have shields and level 2 cloak. So yeah, it just needs, yeah, it's literally like all the other gunships, missing the extra oomph to make it very high up in the A tier or S tier. Yeah, no, the heavy laser weapons is not even that important. It's not that relevant here because with level 2 cloak, your burst 3 will outpace a heavy laser. So just make sure you cloak before the heavy laser fires and you're fine. Heavy laser drone. Wait, is that a thing? I think it's only a thing if you play like a Go Ballistic or something. It's either in Go Ballistic or was the AI cruisers or Outer Expansion? Because that doesn't exist in Multiverse, and pinpoint ships don't appear until you have shield, so it's like that's fine. Pinpoint drone ships. But yeah. Next is Taser B. Art carried by weapons. It's the same thing. Just good weapons needs a bit something more to become even better. Frost 2 is fantastic because it's efficient, 2 power 4 shots. Yes, it's a bit slow, but you have 2 buffer points for it, so even if you take a heavy laser in the weapon, you can still fire this. Additionally, this actually gives you a potential option for boarding. If you get lucky and pull some of the haunts, you can go with teleporter. They become really strong. If you don't, that's fine. Play like a gunship. You're a bit more flexible on the ship, which is why I have it up here. Worth using the augments? Yes. Maybe not. No, not proton pack. You don't use proton pack until you can defeat haunts. That's what I think. Occult portal I would always use because if you happen to get haunts, that opens up a very strong boarding path. Even the ship had no oxygen. Yeah, but like these guys are pretty good. The occultist and a engineer. Yeah. Alright. And finally in the B tier we have the first proto MB ship, Proto MBC. Okay, so this one, the reason why it's up here, okay, hang on, wait, before we go on, I need to drag all of the new ships up there. I forgot to drag the ships up. Dynasty, Chaser, no. Ghost. Yep. Spook Chaser and Proto MV. Okay. Wait, I just realized I forgot to change the sprite for Proto MV. Um, oops. I literally forgot. Oh, you're not wrong. I have not seen people talk about Proto MVC a lot. Yes, this spawns. Yes, this is the one that spawns fires everywhere every time it takes 5 damage. So that's kind of the issue. That can be volatile. Yes, one of the main good things about this ship that makes it better than the other ships is the fact that it can escape from fights just by using fuel. You kind of get compensated, but because it allows you to outrun the fleet by 2 jumps, and it just allows you to dodge any dangerous encounters. But the fact that fires can start randomly every 5 damage means that there is spiral potential, so I'm a bit skeptical about the ship, especially since it doesn't start with shields. Yeah, I think even if you sell it, I think in the past, even if you sold it in the effect state because of how the thing was set up internally, so they kind of said just keep it there, so people don't get confused. Oh wait, no, wrong ship. Yeah, weapons are decent, but yeah, it's definitely the main reason why this is so good is for the escape ability. That's why you haven't even seen Proto MBA or Proto MBB appear on this list yet, for that either the instant escape or the second life mechanic. So we will see them later on. You are so right. The MV ships that have like a massive engine room. That's funny. Wait, no, at one point in playtesting, I think they forgot to give the engine room doors. I think the Free Mantis Warlord was just stuck in here at one point. It's kind of funny, but that was something that happened in playtest. No, wait, no, it wasn't this. I think they forgot to give door access to the cockpit. Wait, no, Sora, can you confirm this? I forgot. I'm very sure this ship had a door issue in playtesting. It was either engines or piloting. They just locked one of the crew in there. But yeah, give him the Cooper treatment. No way. Alright. That would be funny. Just like make him feel as if it was Separatist B all alone. Yeah, it was iconic. Alright, that is B tier. Now, okay, before we go on to B plus, I'm gonna take like a quick 2-minute break. And then we'll get back onto it. There's like 3 more rows of ships and we're done for today. So yeah, I will be right back. Let me put this on Spook Chaser A because that's what I'm gonna talk about next. Okay, let's finish up the B plus tier and we're done for today. So, let's see. Oh yeah, no, we need to talk about Super Chaser A. It's kind of like a better gunship. You've got decent weapons, and you also have the boarding drone. So you can crew kill. You've got a lot of repair crew, a lot of crew in general. So you're hard to crew kill. It's a mix of being. It's a mix of being decent at surviving and also having decent offense. And you combine all of that with the fact, I guess, I wouldn't consider Proton Pack to be that impactful in the ranking of the ship, because by the time you can get Horns, or at least by the time you are able to defeat Horns, you are probably fine. You don't really need to defeat. You're not worried about Renegades anymore. Yes, I would recommend swapping Stunner. Just get another weapon and like you're fine. You know. Yeah, for engineers, actually pretty good, I have to say. So yeah, decent offense, defense. Not too crazy, that's why it's in the lower end of B class. But I think I would consider this better than the B tier ships. So that is why it's up here. Next up, we have, I think, a ship I used to overrate, but not that much. I just think it's not as good as I thought it used to be. It's going to be Terzio's Cruiser. Pilot is somewhat isolated. I guess so. But at least they all can move around, so it's not too bad. But yeah, Terzio's Cruiser is also one of the ships that's like, actually the offense kind of sucks, but hacking, therefore good. This is the start of, we're gonna see a bunch of ships that have hacking that are not even that good. It's just because they have hacking automatically makes them kind of decent. This ship would be really bad if it did not have hacking. Yes, hard to die, very true. These guys are insane repairers. But heavy stunner, you have to hit a heavy stunner to actually get anything done. If you don't hit the heavy stunner, what are we doing here? We just gotta sit there and wait another 16 seconds to take damage. No Obi's teleporter, true. No Alex, also weird. I'm not sure why that's the case. For Terzio, it doesn't seem very in theme, but yeah, vanilla NG. That is true. The one shot is required offense. I guess Hellraiser is fine. The hacking is definitely the big savior here. It's literally saving you from drone ships and a lot of other stuff. It allows you to beat every Sector 1 weapon, even though your only weapon is 16 seconds. So, you know, it's gotta be okay at least. It's not outstanding other than the fact that it has hacking. I mean, maybe that's kind of sad, but who knows? Indeed it is. People sleep on hacking for some reason. I don't know why. It's still fantastic. Morph B. This ship, it's like, I don't know what to think of this ship, because theoretically it's insane. The fact that you can drop two Ion Intruder morphs into any system and instantly deal 6 system damage to it. Not system damage, sorry, 6 ion damage. But the start is also a bit dubious, I have to say. Low power, 2 weapon slots, just low power in general. Yeah, because it's literally the fact that you can turn these into ion intruders. That's what makes this so potent, so potentially strong. But start is also dubious, so I don't know how to do this ship real justice, in the sense that, is this really insane? Am I underrating it, or am I overselling it? Yeah, that is kind of funny. Like, that you can't deal crew damage with any morphs. You have to keep them in the stand form. So like, what you can do is, in the early sectors, you can turn 2 of them into Doctor Drones, one of them into a ion intruder to disable anything important. Then you can board with 2 Dr. Jones, have them just face tank in a room, and then use the final morph on the second boarding wave to eventually kill all the crew. Yeah, true. But I guess if you keep them unmorphed, you can also fix stuff, so that's cool. I know this ship used to be like hated, but at the same time the potential is there. It could be higher, is what I would say. Because early game and late game, it's kind of wild what 2 ion intruder pulses will do to a system. Yeah, I guess they did get nerfed by the removal of level 4 teleporter, but that's mostly a late game thing anyway, so it's not too worrisome. But yeah. Next we have... next was Spook Chaser, which I've already talked about. Next is Vanilla Zoltan A. Once a solid ship, always a solid ship. Shields, Zoltan Shield. Halberd. Halberd is a bit slow by Multiverse standards, but it's still Halberd. And it's a lot better when it's being protected by a Zoltan Shield. The main problem, yes, exactly. It's straight up worse than the multiverse variant of this ship because you can't use both weapons at the same time. So that actually makes it quite a bit more awkward to use. Whereas that one actually deals reliably with even 2 shield ships. On this one, you can't deal with 2 shield ships. But you have great defense, which really compensates for that. So yeah, I guess Sector 1, what you can do is you can just focus on upgrading your weapons once, so you can use both of these at the same time. That allows you to shoot a Rito into shields, and then you can use Halberd against the exit elite. So you do have options, for sure. Just that, Zoltan Shield can get gripped apart quite easily in Sector 2, depending on the enemy you face, so it's not the safest thing there. The 1 extra room on the middle? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, this thing. Huh. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's actually better on the ship, so if your cloaking gets hacked, you don't just have a Federation situation where your entire ship's locked on both sides. Like yeah, if you get hacking or cloaking here, your ship is just split into 2, which is kind of not great. Having the extra walking space is a lot better. But I agree, not too big of an issue, but it's still definitely something that it's worth considering holding it back. Next up, Stealth B, the actually good Stealth B, the Multiverse one. Because hacking, who would have thought, you know? Give a ship a 4 power 2 damage beam with cloaking, and the only reason it's good is because it's hacking now. Otherwise it would be a similar situation to Vanilla Stealth B. Also reloader, so that's nice. But your game loop is basically the same thing as Vanilla Stealth B, except you legitimately have a significantly better defense thanks to hacking, and you can coast off this quite a while. If you need to, you can actually use it as an adaptive beam if you want to cloak hack the enemy to eternity. Yeah, 4 power halberds minus hacking is a very big plus. That's basically the summary of this ship. Crew is okay, ship layout is okay, but piloting venting sucks. You have more power. Oh yeah, that is true. Wait, can you? Wait. 1, 2, 3. Not if you power hacking. I don't think you can. If you're using hacking, you can't power everything along with level 2 crew. Like, if we do this, for example. Yeah, I mean, well, we're not gonna put the Zoltan in there. We might want to steal power from So yeah, the most you can do is level 2 engines if you want to keep hacking online. But yeah, otherwise it's nice compared to something like Vanilla Stealth B. Okay, but that's a dead horse. Let's move on. Free Mantis B. I wonder if I put this a little bit too high compared to the other boarding ships. I feel like I might have. Like, I just like the fact that level 2 cloak is actually pretty good when your weapon is a Pegasus and your boarding is a Free Mantis Warlord and normal Free Mantis. Synthesize pheromones, decent, helps you kill crew faster. So I feel like it's just a little bit better than the other boarding ships, which is why I put it a tier higher, but at the same time, a little bit better. I don't know if that justifies putting it a whole tier higher. For now, what I'll do is I'll put it like, hang on, let me drag the ships up again. Stealthy. Here. I'll put Free Mantis B at the bottom of B+, like very bottom. It does shred early game and falls off a bit, yes. Because you still do have to deal with a weak weapon system that you need to upgrade, even though you do have a great starting weapon. So it's a bunch of pros and cons to this, though the main reason I put it in B+ is that it's slightly better than the other boarding ships, so we'll leave it at that. Next is Guild A, everyone's favorite ship. No, we already used that joke. No, it's not everyone's favorite ship for sure. In fact, I think people do not really like it. But it's not even that bad. It's kind of good. In fact, it is. Unlike Free Mantis B, when I'm a bit hesitant about it, I'm definitely sure this is better than a standard boarding ship. Plus, we've got 3 ways to disable systems. Okay, true, when they had Cloak, it was like kind of broken, but even now it's still good because they gave it targeting jammer to compensate, and that means you have 3 ways to disable systems. You have the Ranger's Bomb, you have Artemis, you have targeting jammer. So even though your weapon system is weak, the fact that you have 3 ways to disable systems is kind of crazy for a boarding ship. So that alone would make me say definitely better than the other boarding ships. Of course, it's lacking that additional speciality to make it to the A tier, but having this many options to disable systems is definitely, you know what, I'm happy with it. B+. Yeah, Artemis is fantastic as well. Definitely one of the best boarding support weapons you can get. Okay, next is... Ooh, let's do 3 ships at once. A whole bunch of Leech ships coming your way. Leech A, Eargun A, Eargun B, and Revolutionary B. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, here we go. More unnecessarily hated ships. Wow, I don't get the hate behind this ship. It's, you know, this is one of the reasons why I hate Cartagena B so much. It's functionally the same as Eargun A, but for some reason Cartagena B just starts so much poorer. But that's another topic. I've already talked about Cartagena B so much. I don't want to give it so much more attention. Net-based shenanigans? Oh yeah, true, but like, exactly 5.5 woman. So, Reach boarding, very underrated, very good, disables 2 systems at once, you can run around, you can beat a lot of different borders, as long as your micro is good. Flag Charge is a good weapon to pair with any incoming heavy lasers, burst lasers. It's a good shield breaker, backup battery, it's nice I guess, it helps compensate for relatively low reactor power. And overall, even if you say that the two reaches are not that great on their own, in Sector 1 you can just board with all 3 of these guys because in Sector 1, there is no offense that can't be solved with 2 reaches. At most, it's a 3 power offense that has a veto as well. Then you just shoot a flag charger in there to help turn it off, and there's that. You take 1 hull damage at most. Right. I guess it gets a bit sketchy because once you get into Sector 2 and Sector 3, you have to do more micro to actually make full use out of reaches and not get them killed by accident. But if you're good at that micro, you're fine. Being able to disable system is such a good rule. Same thing with this one. Now this one's a bit better and worse in some regards because the beams are worse at system damage individually, but it allows you to kill ships faster and force surrenders. The Ampere allows you to disable more systems, but mind control is more effective against this ship. So yes, there is good and bad. Also the additional systems power, but like it's not that important, I guess. I don't think there's anything else that weird about the ship. It's really just the fact that it's got good parts and bad parts. Less crew, but stronger at the same time. Weaker weapons, but more power. So I think it's fair that they're about the same. And Revolutionary Beast, in a similar boat, like, you've got more crew this time, so you've got even more system disruption potential, but your weapon situation is worse, because Chain Flag takes a long time to fire, which means it's not gonna be the best synergy for other faster firing heavy laser and burst laser weapons, and you don't have a medical system, so it's a bit more awkward for you when you use new crew and they can't heal. Yeah, buy Clone Bay to win, that's fair enough. Like, if you buy Clone Bay, then you can just throw all 4 crew at once and disable 4 weapon power. That's very nice. The Reach ships get backup battery. That is true. Except Type C, but Type A and B, I don't know. Yeah, that's very weird. I don't know why. I don't even think it's a lore thing, it's just there, I guess. So yeah, so here this one's okay. So if we start off with Irgun A as the template, we've got decent crew, decent weapon. This one, Irgun B has potentially better crew, more niche weapons, and then Revolutionary B is better crew, worse weapon. So it's all very comparable to each other, which is why they're all on the same tier, same placement. Next is going to be Cardahellion A. Finally, let's talk about this ship. Yes, the direct upgrade to Vabri A, unfortunately. Despite getting nerfed, it's still a fantastic weapon. Boarding is great, especially if you need to, you can throw in the Glacier drone just to help out. Then you have effectively 4 crew boarding. Produce is great as well. Like, you could put it on piloting, but I would like to put it on weapons instead, because that actually just... I'm pretty sure if you put Producer on weapons, then Colonel 1 can at least tie with some weapons in Sector 1, so make it a bit faster. Yeah, it's just kind of nice all around. Colonel Greenhouse as well, let's not forget about that. You don't really need to... 7 missiles is low, yes, but it's not the Orchid A where your only offense is weapons. Your offense on Cardahellion A is primarily boarding, so you can save your missiles, and when you're boarding with Colonel Greenhouse, it's a fantastic combo. You can use 5 different missiles that are given to you with not much worry about ammo supply. Card A is free cruiser as well. That is truly the perfect one, but that is true, yes. But yeah, I himself, pretty decent crew, just to help him. A bit more for boarding safety and quicker boarding in general, because he does both effects, so that's nice. Now, next up, another cruiser. Oh no, sorry, this is not a unit cruiser, it's just a normal ship. We're going with Haynes, standard good boarding ship. weapons are very solid. I know it's susceptible to heavy lasers in Sector 1, but you have boarding, so automatically not that bad. Wait, did I drag the ship up? No, I forgot to. I think this is... Wait a second. I think, yeah, that's Ambassador A. Okay, cool. This goes here. And... Haynes. Where is it? There we go. Okay. Green stroke wheel. Oh yeah, IPS Casual A looks very similar to this, I'm quite sure. Right, it's literally Militia Castro, so it's kind of funny. But overall, it's just good boarding, good weapons, sellable. There. It's like, it's definitely a truly average ship. But at the same time, the averageness is actually kind of good, because these two weapons are very good one-power weapons, honestly. If you get a shield breaker as well, they go to town, all of them. Medic's also just nice. So yeah, there's just a lot of nice things about the ship, but nothing truly outstanding. So let's move on. We have Tactical A up next, which is kind of strange. Free power bar medic gaming. Now, the weird part about the ship is the power shortage, but having two shields with actually good weapons is not easy to come by. So the only two shield ships we've seen so far are the ones that don't have a good offense to start off with, and Tactical A kind of changes that. Kind of, because having 3 weapon slots and not much boarding potential is sketchy, to say the least. It's the same reason why I kept these scientist cruisers low, because boarding is not that much of an offensive option, so you're relying on weapons, drones, hacking, and whatnot. But again, 2 shields, when you have an actually good offense, is really good to have. Protects you a lot. By oxygen generation, you can save the system. Yeah, I guess that's the more mid-game thing to do. So you can, for sure, that allows you to run 4 auxiliary systems. Then you can run like mind control, cloak, hack, drones, and that'll be pretty baller. Pretty nice. That does help to alleviate the offense issue a bit. And also Kernel 1, you don't use Kernel 1 that much because of the 5 ammo limit. But it's there. If a fight goes sideways, you can use it. Alright. Pretty cool venting. Wait, what? But this ship doesn't have oxygen though. The only oxygenated rooms are like the caretaker rooms. I don't think you have. I mean, I get that venting is not that great here, but most of the ship is vented anyway, so I don't think it changed that much. Oh, I use them. Yeah, true. Alright. Next up is another unit crew cruiser. Irwin's cruiser. Okay. By itself, yes, it does not look that impressive. But it's literally all about the crew. The crew, not even Irwin himself, honestly, it's like the other crew that actually make this pretty good. You've got a lot of system disruptors. You've got a Lost Sun. Basically, everyone except Irwin can disable systems, which is kind of funny when this ship is all about Irwin, but you're probably not going to board with Irwin first because these other guys are safer to board with since they disable systems. And level 3 teleporter is nice. yes, the gun is like I'm not a fan of the gun, but the boarding is strong enough for me to turn a blind eye to it. And for what it's worth, it's still okay in sectors 2 and 3. So it's passable. It's passable only because the rest of your offense is good. It was not possible on MV Stealth because weapons was your only offense. Now you have boarding, it's fine. It's basically an out with recall if you think about it, but a bit slower. Next is two elite ships. Two elite ships indeed. Okay, I know a lot of people. Yeah, you can remove auto ships. Yeah, that's something nice for sure. But whether there's some ships that only have bombs or elite rebel. I don't know if this is a surprise to some people, because I think some people really like the ship a lot. Like, and it is fun, because when you pair this with teamwork neurons, you can kind of snowball really quickly. Yeah, the original racism augment. Um, but statistic, like, if we just look at the raw ship strength, yeah, even if it has level 5 artillery, it doesn't automatically carry. Carrying armor, yeah, that's cool. But you don't have weapons, you don't have targeted system damage. And that's kind of one of the main things I always look for. So, despite your boarding being pretty good, it's not. I would not put this above something like Spider Hunter A, where your boarding is basically as strong as elite level, but you also have actual weapons. So it's it's not even that this ship is bad. The boarding is insane, I know, but compared to even better ships than this, it's just missing that targeted system damage element. Yeah, you do have a bit of a issue as well. Like you can't get hacking and cloaking, which it's not always the biggest deal, but it can be bad in certain situations. Like some cases, you would really want to have hacking and cloaking. Yeah. Right. But then if you want to support, all your other crew are nerfed because of xenophobia. I mean, Crystal are probably still the best bet because they still lock down a room no matter what. But they will die very quickly in a fight. So yeah. I think for me it's mainly the lack of targeted system damage that really turns me off of the ship. And talking about another elite ship which has a similar issue, we're gonna talk about Dustbringer. No, not Dustbringer, this is New Order Cruiser, yeah. Elite Dustbringer. So it has the same benefits as some of the other Dustbringer ships, where you can quite literally instantly blow a room. You sweep sector 1, you sweep sector 2. Yeah, removal of level 4 teleporter is sad. At least it still has level 4 cool bay. But same thing, it's low power and no targeted system damage, which is not good. So the one thing that keeps this higher than some of the other peacekeeping ships like Devilrock's Cruiser is that it has shields and Zoltan shields if needed. So it does save you scrap in that regard. So that means your first scrap can go towards getting weapons and or upgrading your reactor. Because your boarding offense is strong enough to not really care too much about that, so you can use your scrap on important things. So that's why I think it's better. Yeah, this was so fun when you could insta-board, which is tragic, but I kind of wish this ship had level 4 teleporter just to pair with the level 4 clone bay. And just the ship alone, I would not mind if level 4 teleporter stays disabled for other ships, but this one, it makes so much sense to have it. It would be nice. Okay, next one. Ooh. New Order as an augment. You know what? Wait, no, I think you're right. New order would just solve everything, right? Because the problem with not having level 4 teleporter is that you can't repeatedly say a task because the board. So if we took out the teleporter and just put new order in, you're onto something. Then you can just send them anytime. Yeah, I think that would just fix everything. And it makes sense as well, considering this is literally the new order shit. So, I support. If we remove the teleporter and put new order, this would be P. Not quite literally, like, it would still be the same tier, but, you know, it'll be very fun. Okay, next up. Oh well, I think if you get... Yeah, no, new order does not lock our teleporter. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, wait. Go on, put in suggestions. Alright, next up is... Oh, wait, it's another elite. No, sorry. It's a vanilla ship, not an elite ship. After that, it's an elite ship. Yeah, I forgot. Like, I saw the announcement, I just forgot about it. Like, whoops. Okay, it's time to talk about vanilla stealth. Not vanilla stealth. Vanilla slux. So, vanilla slux. Now, this ship, I think it used to be a bit overrated in vanilla. It's also the epitome of like hacking equals good. Yes, it's literally another hacking carry. But mind control is actually kind of decent here. Yes, level 1 weapons is an issue. But chain burst, you can actually make it hit because you can mind control the pilot. So that's why I think the level 1 weapon is not too bad compared to other ships. But it is very much a hacking carry, yes. There is no other way around it. Sellable slug repair gel helps you to fix your offense a bit quicker. And once you do get level 2 shield and better offense, you are pretty set considering you have hacking. But yeah, Ping Laser is better. Wait, no, I think the thing is that, yeah, they nerfed the weapon system because a chain burst no longer requires 2 power. So that's a bit tragic, but it's fine. Ultimately, you can just bring in some other offense. It's not too bad. Yeah, I can carry. I have nothing else to say about the ship. Next up, it's another elite ship. Go missiles, we call this one. Theocracy. Oh, well, no, not Theocracy. Inquisition Cruiser. Right. So, yeah, this 75. This is what Vanilla Rock A wishes it could be. Have an actually limitless supply of missiles. And having it on 2 Pegasus as well is great because if you put it on 2 Artemis, like, yes, Artemis is technically better and faster. No, not faster, better and safer. I wouldn't call it safer, it's just better and more accurate. Yeah, Artemis is better and more accurate than Pegasus, but Pegasus has the ability to shoot at 6 seconds, which can be really good depending on the fight. Yes, it's 1 system damage, but having the option to do that means you can knock off some very dangerous enemy offense before they even get a chance to use it against you. Commented C at home, yeah. Like, the missile issue, it will be an issue eventually, but it's big enough that you have a lot of time to either pivot out of missiles or find something that's more missile efficient, or get something to close by without missiles and then eventually transition into explosive replicator and then come back into missiles. So you do have options. You can go teleporter as well. So I just like the amount of options the ship has. It is just a little bit poor for my liking. It's got barely enough to run all of its systems, and that's it. So despite having a very safe offense, it still needs a bit of scrap to get going. Yeah. So the main thing is like, unlike vanilla Stray, the missile supply gives you time to upgrade your offense in the way that you want to. If you get some laser weapons for free, you can pivot into that. If you get more missile weapons, go boarding, and yeah. So basically, you've covered all avenues of weapons, except if you get irons, just sell them. If you get cheap iron, just hold on to it for Sultan shields, but otherwise you can just sell them. But yeah, that's this ship. Next one is going to be the other MFK ship, MFKA. And this update, they buffed it to give it 4 weapon slots, which is a really nice thing, honestly. Charge Razor 2, like, it's a great weapon, but I found it wasn't as insane in 3 weapon slot, but in a 4 weapon slot, it's really good. Being able to use 4 weapons at once. Yeah, so because I think when I played this ship, I had a lot of 1 power weapon that I couldn't use, but now I can. So, and also double MFK boarding, it kind of just dominates. So you can see this, it's actually really similar to Haynes Cruiser. If I go to Haynes Cruiser right now, you just keep a mental snapshot of that. It's almost the same thing. I think Haynes just has a couple of meta system levels, but double MFK boarding is definitely better than whatever Haynes has to offer. So yeah, sailboats for weapons, that's nice. I know my control is a bit of an issue here, but like it's a bigger issue on MKB. And also, if you have mind control, that's not the end of the world. You still have Charge Razor 2 to actually fire back at them. And once you get rolling, like you got your 2 shields, because you don't have anything that's urgently scrap, but you do want to upgrade your offense. So you kind of reasonably sell these, upgrade to 2nd shield layer, get another razor, 1 power razor to support this, and you are very safe. The only thing that kills you are like Sector 2 renegades, which that's the main danger anyway, so it's not that big of a deal because a lot of ships will die to those ships anyways. Next is going to be Brood A, which is one of the ships that is definitely affected by this tier is being no pause for sure, because previously, no, not previously, I think I used to rank this A-, but I brought it down because trying to keep the hatchlings alive is a bit of a risky ordeal. I made a quite good ships on the anyways. Thank you for reminding me. So let me drag these up right now. MFKA. And now Booting. Yeah, we can't consider boons when ranking this, unfortunately. Like, the spiders themselves, they are weak. Like, you know, hatchlings, they lose to humans. So you have to use mind control. The thing is, of course, once you do evolve them into adults, then your boarding is kind of insane. Even if you somehow lose 3 hatchlings, you can just keep the other 3 alive and put them onto the teleporter and send them over. Now, it's a bit expensive because you do not have the lab immediately, so you need a lab to evolve them. That was indirect enough, because I think previously you did not need a lab to evolve them, but they recently made it so you needed to. Yeah, you need to spend 40 scrap, or you need to spend like scrap and resources, which is not ideal either way. Weapon system is also weak. Black one is your only system damage is not great. We've already talked about this in previous ships. And I don't really know why this exists here, like, but it's cool. At least you can power rush someone, I guess, with the Gap Mine Launcher. I don't know, the Gap being here is just weird. You can't power it even, so what's the point? piracy. Yeah, I guess that's the only explanation. Uh, yeah, the goal of the ship, keep capturing survive until evolving the adults, and then win. Also get something to help with your system damage. The mind control really helps out quite a lot because it actually ensures you can win those first interactions, and then after that it's just nice to anti-mind control. But yeah, that is this ship. Next up, I believe this is vanilla Radius A. I think Multiverse Radius A is higher. So yeah. Hacking carry, call it. Literally hacking carry. Alright. So it's like Slug C, except I prefer the bonus weapon power along with a bonus weapon compared to just having mind control. That's why this is higher than vanilla Slug C. But yeah, otherwise it's basically the same thing as vanilla Slug C, so I'm not going to talk much about this one. Just know you have an extra sellable here, which is nice. Why TV ship vanilla? Yeah, but yeah, I guess Radius used to be better. Yes, lesser extended crystal ink for sure. Get people into PV, I agree. PV hacking is a pretty decent option, but gunship is also an option here. So you've got options both ways. I like that. Having more options is good in case you get crap free weapons. But it's fine, you know. Just have hacking. Just hack weapons. You'll be fine. Next is Beacon Eater's Cruiser. I think I moved this down a bit from the last time I ranked this, because it is just okay. I did not find anything too crazy broken about the ship, especially with the free farm exploit now gone. So you can't literally get. No, I think even previously I just ranked the ship without considering that bug. So where is it? Oh, there we go. Found it. Yeah, so I understand Beacon Eater is like a really good border because he just instantly suffocates anyone in the room and has faster sabotage. So is the Welder, and your crew is good. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, that's weird. It's like, why did they make this suited for an aerobic crew? Has rebuilt his ship to fit aerobes as well. This, I don't know. I don't understand the decision. Like, I would think this could be a nano separatist that stays somewhere on the ship, and Soldier could be replaced by like Phantom or normal Radius. But it is what it is. And maybe just because they wanted to write this description. This description is kind of funny, I guess. Maybe that's the reason why they wanted to add oxygen. It is impossible for a being of metal to actually be soft. Until he dies, then he melts, but anyways. Instant airlock, yeah. But you have like a whole bunch of junk. It's kind of similar to MV Slug C. It's a whole bunch of junk. But if it works together, honestly, you have your hull damage, but you'll have a weak weapon system. You have this to support, like, you can throw this into weapons and it'll help deal system damage. Plus, drone is kind of there just to remove super shield, but you already have the right one for that. So your weapons and drones are they're more so good for the fact that you have 4 weapon slots and you already start with a drone system than the actual weapons and drones themselves are good, because these are not that great. The boarding is kind of carrying here, same with salvos. The deco boost is okay. You can use this guy's also bonus scrap in some instances, which is fine. Like, and then you can gamble a bit in Sector 1, get a couple of profitable instances, and then at exit you can do it again, risk-free. Every single time you have an event at the exit that's a free salvage, and it's not a salvage, sorry, it's like, if you have an event at the exit beacon, where they just give you something free or just involve something that you don't want to partake in the activity, you can use this for some bonus scrap. So beacon 18, yeah. Like, that's just a nice perk. I think that's one of the reasons it's still up here instead of being lower, because the rest of the ship is a bit janky, for sure. Next, we have the War Crimes Cruiser. I think this ship is also overhated, in the sense that people think it's bad, when it is not. It is good, guys. Like, just trust me on this, because we have so many sellables that you can basically turn this into a ship with shields and cloak, and that's why it's good. Because it just, like, you have 2 cone cannons. As funny as it is, it's not that difficult. Just sell either between the cone cannons and the orchid children. Just sell like, just sell 4 out of 5 of these, and you get shields. That's it. Yeah, the description is absolute cinema. Small sticky notes stuck to the side, which reads "cry about it." Yeah, retail A at home, exactly. And having shield, teleporter, and cloak is a very good combo, as you will see in upcoming ships. The only thing is that, yes, if you do that, you are quite power tight, and so our Colonel did get enough. No, you cannot. I've tried that before. If you could, that would be an insane scrap farm, but you cannot. It just does not do anything. Yeah, it does not give you back the augment. So yeah, which is good, because otherwise it will be a no. Because the thing, what happens is that when you load it into the cannon, you don't remove the augment. That's why. So you don't get a new augment for free out of thin air, because they don't take away your one in the first place. That's why. Yeah, they already died. Nope, they're literally already dead. What do you mean? Oh, War Crimes. Okay, Children Moth is also okay, I guess. A lot of damage, but pretty fragile. But I think Orchid Children Moth is like surprisingly good at repair, so that's something to note. Anyways, next ship. Oh, we've got 4 more ships and then we're done for the day. Yeah, Great Recycle. Indeed, there's nothing wrong about that. 100%. Elite Harmony. Like, I don't like this ship because I don't get to use weapons or boarding, but it works. It has enough stuff going for it that it just works. It's basically the opposite of the Inquisition Cruiser, because instead of weapons you're using drones. But you do have enough salvos and defense combined to actually power you through for a bit. So, hack and carry, yeah, hack and carry. I mean, I know you don't really want to have drone arm because you already have 50 drone parts, but still, it kind of feels weird that Elite Harmony of all ships does not have drone arm. You can sell one of these. I don't think there's much point in running both of these. Sell one, get the 67 scrap, go fund your shield purchase, and yeah, just be fine. Yeah, I think that's very true. If you play this, you will see why we talk about having weapons being so much better than having drones. Yep, in memory of utility bot dispersal that for some reason got removed. I'm not sure why, but great. It was even better than these two combined, I think. Kinda insane. Overall, it's like you can sell your way to getting shields, you can get weapons, and beyond that, having Defender 3 doubly efficient is actually a good defense. Not always reliable, but when you pair that with shields, it's legit. Same with Guardian 2. Guardian 2 is insane. Yeah, good. It's so sad that they remove all of that. And now we've got standard augments. I don't think it was even that OP that needed it. Okay, third last ship in B tier. It is going to be Embassy. Now, I think Embassy is the one gunship that breaks convention of being in the low B tiers. It's high B tier because having 2 crystal charges is absolutely insane. Do you remember why I absolutely glazed Inquisition Cruiser? Because you have the charge capacity to outpace any other gun in Sector 1 and Sector 2 and Sector 3. Same thing for Embassy. You can, the fact that these two are charged weapons means you have shots at instantly disabling enemy offense before they even get to fire at you. Yes, the maze is annoying, but I think this used to be pretty bad because you only had 1 crystal charger, but then they gave it another crystal charger, increased weapon level by 1, and also give you another counter. So I think those buffs really help, especially just the double crystal charger is insane. Yes, when it has single elite crystal charger, I think I put it in like D tier because even an elite crystal weapon cannot carry this that hard. So, but yeah, it's kind of cracked for sure. I was thinking about putting this higher, but ultimately, like, as good as 2 crystal charges are, you are not ready for the things we are about to see in the A tiers. So it's actually really good, and the fact that this is in B plus tier, I think that just goes to show how strong the cunning ships are. So we're gonna have a lot of fun talking about that on Friday, but we'll get there when we get there. Who needs to be cracked with other rooms? You're not wrong. Like, yes, you lose your entire offense by when you get hit with a heavy laser, but that heavy laser, when I talk about heavy laser issue, is mostly prevalent when you cannot outpace that heavy laser. If you can, it's not that big of a deal. In this case, you can. Yeah, exactly. So you outspeed and smash it first, which is why I don't talk about it that much. It's more of those back-end considerations where, like, if you're unlucky enough that both shots miss, then too bad. Now that's when you cry about it. But the fact that you have the chance to retaliate is much better than what can be said about the D, E, F tier ships. Okay. Real, another buff to auto heal. Thank goodness for that. Okay, second last ship in this tier. SSLGB. So you actually start with teleporter this time, and you can sabotage your way to victory. So your weapons are kind of like the Reach B in general. So wait, let me find it first. Hang on. Oh wait, shoot. What was the previous ship I was talking about? Oh, Embassy, right? Embassy. And then now we're talking about Liberator B, I mean. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, reskin Reach B, basically that. It's just instead of Pike, you get Lucerne, which I guess Lucerne is better. But also I feel like having 2 crystals is better than having 2 leeches. When you have 2 crystals and this, yes, leeches give you instant disruption, but crystals scale better. That's the difference. So the beams are not great, but again, you can sell all of this and get actual weapons like Burst Laser 2, Burst Laser 1, whatnot. And yeah, I don't have much else to say about this. It's basically all the talking points from Reach B apply, whereby the weapons could be better, but you can sell your way out to get better weapons. Get more subsystem buffers. Yeah, that is true. Your system levels are quite nice across the board. And yeah, I think it's at the same tier as Reach B, isn't it? Yeah, both are in the same tier, so it's like same thing. Distant person, whatnot. Alright, there's that. And the final ship in B plus is going to be a unique crew cruiser. Actually, you know what? Wait. Let's do this. Okay, I'm telling you, it's a unique cruiser. Can you guess which one it is? Which is the last unique crew that ends up in B tier? Final B plus ship. Take a guess. So okay, wait. Actually, let me rearrange this just so it's neater. So we've got Alkali, we've got Anointed, Lost Sun, Billy, the Sears, Dinesh, Freddy, Jerry, Wizards, Knights, Saltman, Ujmaju, Spider Queen, Ruin, Slotpog, wait, what? Yeah, here. Symbiote, no, sorry, that's not a cruiser. Tuco, Tali, Tai, Taidio, and I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's all the unique cruisers we have left. So, what do you think ends up in B plus tier? 855 is done. If 855 is a lot lower. Really? Tali? No, I had Tali at least in A tier from the very beginning. Wait. Where is Tali? I need to find my tier list. No, dude, no. Tali's not even close to B plus. The Symbiote, I think Symbiote's the closest, but Symbiote. Wait. Yes. No, Tony Cruiser is A plus. No, but it's closer to B plus. Tali is S. I can tell you that much. Tali is not an A. He's S. Somewhere in S tier. That's what I would say. Okay, let's make this a bit clearer. If any of you answer Anointed, please go back and replay the Anointed ship. Ariadne still has the fires. Sylvan Boarding, move on. Shield's Cloak, go on. Jerry Boarding, Shield's Cloak. Shield's Cloak Knights, by the way. Triple Orbin. I really say it's not Tali. Okay, so yeah, you've got these options remaining. Oh wait, I think it's not Symbiote as well. So Alkali, Dinesh, Freddy, Uj, Spider Queen, Ruin, Slotpog, Tuco, Tyrell, and Taidio. Gosh, it's my own ship. No, don't put Lizard, dude. Wait. No, absolutely not Lizard. Lizard has Shield Cloak flag. There is no way this is any lower than A tier. Group 4 with Tyrell. Actually, no, that's not a far stretch. I think those both ended up in A tier. Oh, sorry, wait. Oh, no, okay, let me shift this down a bit. Okay, there we go. I think, yeah, I forgot my game was covering half the screen. Yes, Wizard Cruiser is very cracked. I do not know why, but it does have a lot of stuff. She was cloaked for whatever reason. Go figure. Okay, I'll give it to Sworder. He had the closest answer. Ruin was the next closest ship. Because if we go on to A minus on day 3 on Friday, Ruin will be the next unique cruiser coming out. But before that, Alkali has, yeah, you can see here, Guardian Boarding. So, yeah. Yes. Okay. Alright. Yeah, Storm got closest. Ruin was the closest. but the actual B plus is going to be Freddy. I'm surprised no one mentions Freddy. It's kind of poor from what I remember. Let's see. Like, do you see the system flatline? Like, what are we doing here? Weak weapon system. We talked about how Pierce Heavy is already not great as a standalone. The only reason this is that high is because, yes, you can kind of just brute force kind of fights with 4 Mantis, but this is so poor, dude. This is like A tier before until I thought about it more, and I was like, I can't put this that much higher than something like. If you look at the rest of B plus tier, Pattern A actually disables systems better than Freddy's crew, despite having worse boarding. And a bunch of the other boarding ships, the boarders are not as strong, but they disable systems better. So I can't put Freddy's cruiser that much higher than B plus. So I look at B plus. I think, yeah. Momentary Mantis boarding window spot, exactly. And technically you can double the duration of their abilities by doing this, activating free Mantis ability and then Freddy. But like, it does not increase. It does not shorten your time to kill, or keep the ability as weak. I think that's the funny thing. They're just not that great when paired with him. But I guess this is a free Mantis themed ship. He wouldn't have like 5 Mantis just hanging around. Okay. I mean, coming to the topic of unique cruisers. Wait, let me see. I can tell you like the top 5 unique cruisers are like let me check. Let me just double check so I don't just speak all nonsense. Top 5 unique cruisers. Okay, yeah, I think it should be very obvious. Anointed, Knights, Billy, Jerry, Odysseus. Yeah. Those are top 5 unique crew tips, so I'm glad no one mentioned that just now. I would be very surprised if I heard any of those mentioned. That is not what I mean. Context is important. Listen to this stream on its audio, okay? Like I said here. Alright, anyways, we'll move these out for now, because just fun guest game. Why not? We may do one of these tomorrow as well. So, okay. We have this. You know what, I'm just gonna drag these up here. Like, I'm not ranking Guardian or Paladin cruisers because they're not even available yet. And they're not properly balanced. So we'll just get these out of the way. But alright. That's it for B tier and C tier. So we're done ranking ships for today. Just have a look at the ships remaining. Is there anything that surprises you that is still here when you did not expect it to still be here? Set here for Zonky Smoky. Exactly, that's what I mean, you know? I did not mean it's a bad ship. Alright. Yeah, that's kind of funny. that outpowered this thing. Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna rage bait and like leave 1 or 2 ships in the S tier and A tier, but yeah, Sylvan B has Sylvan boarding. UC, I think every ship with Sylvan boarding ended up in S tier, so that's kind of funny. Tuco, I can show you here. Yes, it's basically overshadowed by Tuco A, but it's basically better boarding ship. You've got a mix of Free Mantis A and also A55's cruiser. You have very strong boarders, mind control for even more boarding protection, and you also can disable systems. So yeah, it's got a whole bunch of things that make it work. What tier is the cruiser that gets half scrapped with free repairs? That's shipped out 8. I believe you put that in C plus, C plus tier, because the starting offense is actually pretty strong, even considering the slow travel speed of gold flag. MV Fed is surprising. Um, it- it's it's one of the ships where I like it a lot more than I should. MV Fed, MV Fed. I just feel like it has having 2 points of failure and then Artemis that have 2 buffer is just it's really nice to me in theory, but I understand it can't be too much power because there are ships that get even crazier. I'm very sure I did not put it in S tier. It's definitely in A tier. I think if I put it in S tier, that would be a bit too biased. Yeah, it's coming up. It's in A tier. It's coming up soon. But yeah, I mean, I will hang on. Sorry. Yeah, so I mean, just have a look at it. I said there was one ship here that might surprise a lot of people, but it will not surprise some people. But I think for some people it will make a lot of sense. But to a lot of people, I know a lot of people there's one ship that like people don't like. But the more competitive you go, the better it is, really. Yeah, I can agree with that. Some people don't like the heavyweights artillery, so they don't like the new MB bat. But it's undeniably better because the heavyweights artillery is 15 seconds faster. The recon zone does well. Okay, people sleep on that one a lot, but not as much as the ship I'm referring to. Because I think people actually know this is a good ship, just not as good as I would say it is. I'm saying it's like S tier, but I think people think it's A tier, so it's not that big. The thing I'm talking about is like, I won't say anymore, but I think, like, I want to say is that someone literally asked me to do a playthrough of this ship because they were struggling with it, so I think people don't like this ship at all. But, you know, we will see tomorrow. Today, not today. Not tomorrow, I mean. You see, hold on. Sorry, one more thing. I'm just looking at the next of like dragging the ship into the triple S tier, plus like, plus I can. Okay, there we go. Let's get out of the way. Absolutely shocking display. Like, this thing. Ooh, I don't think anyone expected that, right? Absolutely shocking. And we're just gonna leave it at that and not explain anything. Yeah. Venus Cruiser in Super controversial? Nuclear take. Hey, I've made it once. I do not fall under that category. Okay, cool. But for real, well, that's smart. Yeah, you can use it just to unlock any future unique food cruises. Alright, actually, let me just put it on the ship that we talked about today, just for the thumbnail. I don't want to stick on like a ship that we haven't even talked about yet. Yeah, just leave on this one off. No, actually, I don't want this to be on the Cartagena ship. Let me leave on Freddy's cruiser. Yeah. Just for the thumbnail. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's all for today. I hope Friday stream will be a good one. Like, I really hope not. I'll try to start it a bit early on Friday as well. Instead of today, I think we got delayed by 45 minutes due to technical difficulties. But yeah, that's it. The biggest tier is done. B tier is done. A tier is also very big in comparison. Like there's like 6 almost full rows in A tier, and then S tier. At least the S tier and double S, triple S is not very big, so that's fine. Yeah. No, that's fine. join when you can. You will see the full tier list review on Friday. Alright, I'll see you all then. Exactly, it's gonna be fun. We're just gonna talk about how good every ship is. We don't have to talk about heavy user issue anymore. And yeah, that is true. E tier has a lot of good ships already, so like, you can imagine what we're gonna see in A tier. Alright. Yeah, but that's it. I'll catch you all on Friday.